Hello, everybody. What's going on? What's up, Oshik? How are you doing? How's everybody doing? As my mustache keeps getting longer, it's like gets my mouth, you know? Gonna have to figure out what to do about that. Okay. So, we got some more things to work on today with Starground. One thing that'll be pretty easy to do, really quick, is I want to add like modifiers to each planet of like its solar and wind power like modifiers, which I think would be cool. So yeah, average Godot enjoyer, happy Saturday. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Okay. So yeah, we're probably going to do that and just inside of the regions table have a tag for each different region. And it should be pretty easy. By default, the modifier will just be 1, but different planets will have different efficiencies and so on. Alright. So, let's jump into it. So we have these 2 tags here, solar and wind efficiency. It's going to change depending on the region. So Viridian's just going to be 1, 1, normal. Now Tyria, I think it's going to be pretty low on both. Just because it's underwater, you know. Solar efficiency won't be that decreased. I'm thinking like 75%. But then wind efficiency, I imagine, is going to be like pretty useless there. Whoa! Thank you for the resub, Ace. What's going on? How's it going? Modify these nuts. Okay. And then on Opus, I imagine solar efficiency is going to be pretty low because it's far away from the sun. But then wind efficiency is going to be double. So it's kind of like an interesting thing here where it's like, you know, wind is really effective. So I think that'll be pretty good. And then we have to go tie that into our info panel thing. Yeah, how's it going, Ace? What's going on? So we're gonna go into some mod API down here and generate region info. So we're just gonna add a couple new tags here. Boom and boom, and these will both be for... Which, they should always have one. I have a default set, so we'll just do this. I guess that really only makes sense for an automation zone. So I'll just say if region data dot type is equal to region dot automation, then we'll do it. Big chillin'. Nice, nice. It's cool stuff. And this is where we'll just paste the data on here. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Oh. You bought Dwarf Fortress? Nice, like the one on Steam, yeah. That's cool. It is a fun game. I made some pimento cheese just before I streamed. Pimento cheese is kind of awesome. So Side Dev on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? Mic maxing? Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. No, it is pretty good. I tried it first because it's because of Mike, and I was like, I should try that out. Should try some of that pimento cheese. And it's pretty good. I like how peppery it is, you know? Not peppery as in like pepper, but like as in a pepper, you know? Like the vegetable. It's pretty nice. So this is just gonna be a little sun icon for the solar power in regions. It's a pretty basic icon. It's going good. What about you? I'm doing pretty good. Just getting some stats set up for regions in my game Starground right now. This is gonna be icon solar power or whatever. Actually, I'll just call it icon sun. And now we're gonna need another one, which is gonna be the icon for the wind power. We do have to think about like wind. I mean, I think the wind icon will probably be pretty basic. It's just gonna be an icon of wind. Believe it or not, guys. And I think it'd be cool if the wind kind of like curls up, you know? Like that. Maybe like we have a couple different ones. Maybe this one down here curls down. Something kind of like this, I imagine. So yeah. It's so funny that dwarven cheese exists. Cheese that dwarven milk exists. I don't know how it's made. Yeah, that's pretty pretty sus. I don't know, man. I mean, this works okay as a wind icon. I could thicken it up, see what that looks like. I'm on Twitch now. Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome. Yeah, Twitch is usually the better experience for people. Although the only downside is ads on Twitch, which I try and minimize them as much as I can, but Twitch is funny. Whoa, cheese time? That's insane. Actually comes from a random bug from the caverns. Oh, does it? I'm actually gonna do a wee bit of anti-aliasing on here. There we go. I think YouTube live streams have ads too, but they're probably easier to block. Yeah, I think they do, but you can just get an ad blocker or whatever, so it's a little bit easier to get around. So this is going to be icon sun, icon wind, and then it's going to have the multiplier over here. So that's going to be region data dot solar modifier. Oh, I guess it's just, yeah. And then this one's going to be wind modifier. And let's go make sure that that has applied. Which one of those is dwarven cheese? Yeah, let's see. Probably the like one that looks like Swiss, you know, the yellowish one. That would be my guess. Oh my god. Cheese galore, guys. Oh, cheese too hard. Careful now. Epic fail. Why is it taking so long to load? Alright, here we are. So we go look at the regions table now. Is type not the keyword? No, it's region type. Uh-oh. Solar modifier. Is that the wrong... Oh, I called it efficiency? I'll just change that to modifier. On all these. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay. All right. Let's take another look at this. Also, Ace, when would you like to play Peak? I'm sure Maxwell would love to play some Peak. I think every once in a while when I go too long without Peak, you know, I start getting the itches again, you know, to play Peak. So. Alright, let's check this out. Oh yeah. So now it shows just more stats about it. The solar modifier and the wind. Doesn't look too bad. I would probably add, let's see, like X1. Well, that indicates quantity. Like 2X or whatever. Let's figure out this. I think like that is how we want it to look, like 1.1 times. I'm down to Peak, awesome. I guess it's a multiplier is what it is. So would I put that... Would I put the X before or after? I don't know. I presume that it's like... If you said that in terms of plain English, it's like the solar modifier is 2 times. So you probably put the X after. That seems to make the most sense to me. Well, it's kind of... I guess that works. You know what? I'd rather actually format this in terms of percentages, I think. Actually. So we'll probably do that. Last time I was Dunzo, pal. I don't know what happened. The goop enveloped me like venom and it was Jover. Yeah. Nah, it's all good, brother. Don't worry. I get it. Sometimes the goop can invade. And it's pretty brutal. I'll just multiply that by 100 and then... I wish I could eliminate trailing zeros. I mean, I can just round it, I guess, you know, but... the only issue is if somebody mods in something that, like, has a value between 0 and 1%. I mean, that would be weird if they did, but... I guess I'd need to do round I. Let's try that. There we go. So now it just shows a percentage, and I like that better. I would like to color code these, probably, just to, like, group them up or whatever. Because one thing, too, that I think right now is that that little automation tag isn't, like, obvious enough. Like, I mean, it's fine, but I think it'd be cool if the dungeon was red and the automation one was blue or something. Just so it's, like, more obvious that it's a different thing. So for automation, we can go ahead and color all this. So we're going to say tag color is equal to whatever. I've done that in plenty of other places in here. I want to go find what I used. Yeah, let's just search color equal to. So that's in all those things. That's not what I need. That's if a player joins. Exclusive. So this is the red color it looks like I typically use. So we'll copy that. And that's the green color. Okay. So let's go back down to generate region info. Just do that. So this is red. Right down here. No, right here. Can't believe I just went funkin' for a minute there. And then the green. Yeah. Alright, let's take a look at this. There we go. I don't know why the icons don't change colors. It might be because I have to actually specify that color of the icon. I think I can do that, but I think there's some way to change the color of an image. I do it inside of the building. Generate building info. It's in here. Oh, there's so many. Let's just go get it. Go to it. It's recipe, that's region, this is building. So what do I do here for the images? Huh. Looks like I don't actually... I just do color is equal to that. And then all my tags. Oh, right here. Image color equal to color. That's what it is. Okay. We figured it out. Like this bean. Man turned into a funker. Yeah, dude. Man turned. No way. So yeah, to change image colors, you have to specify here. Image color is whatever. Whoa. Posture check. Okay, let's see what this looks like. There we go. Yeah, I just like the visual contrast between the green and the red. Kind of like... I don't know. Helps you distinguish between the two. I think I'm also going to get rid of the little atmosphere tag when it's not an automation planet as well. So, Madmaster on YouTube, what's going on? Welcome in. So let's do that. Where's it? Atmosphere. So I'm just gonna move it into here. Ooh. There. Also, why do I do it like that? Let's just get item data. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll just do... Or no, it's because I have to get that. What if there is no atmosphere? Okay, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it, guys. So now those show the oxygen and all that, and those just show dungeon. Yeah, I think that's better. If I put it in my batter, it'll make my batter bitter. Butter, bitter, better, butter. Butter, bitter, better, butter. Is sure to make my batter better. Is that bad that I can recite all those lyrics? Does that mean I'm really gone crazy? Okay, let me go get the water icon. So she got a bit of butter, better than a bitter butter. And she put it in her batter, and her batter was not bitter. I'm cracked, guys. Okay. We wanted to make cake donuts recently, but I don't have donut pan. Oh, yeah. Donut pan. Do you need... Oh, but like, yeah, cake donut. Yeah. Can you make some donuts and ship them to me? That'd be pretty awesome. I could. I mean, I'd probably just deep fry them instead of baking, you know. But yeah. I'll think about it. I'll see. I don't know how I would ship donuts. I'd have to like... How would you pack a donut? I'm not sure. Oh. Better butter is sure to make my batter better. Box. You just blew my freaking mind, brother. I can't believe this. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, I could do box. I just mean to prevent them from getting crushed and stuff. I guess just bubble wrap. I don't know. Wait. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. Wind turbine. So this should be... Now we just have to link them up to the buildings. So if we go to our wind turbine, it's pretty easy. We just say var region modifier, you know, is 1. And then in ready, we're going to go ahead and say var region is mod API.get region from position. And then we're just going to say if region.get I'll just say region modifier is equal to region.get wind modifier. Pretty easy. All right, so now we do the same thing to the solar power. Function, no! Function ready. Call super, pass it in, solar modifier. And say var region modifier is 1. Do that. And now we're just going to multiply power generation by our region modifier. Boom, baby. Okay, so same thing in here. Multiply our power generation by our region modifier. Coolio, cool beans. Okay, let's go back into it. What is this book? I don't like how this book looks. It almost looks like there's like a face in the light bulb peering at me. Like these are the 2 eyes and then there's like a mouth here. Do you guys see what I mean? I don't like that. Okay, let's go check this out. So now win on Opus should be like, you know, it should be crazy. And everything here will stay the same. It's just going to be different on Tyria now. Wind will be bad, but it's still usable. Solar will only be a little diminished, so... I mean, yeah, it was made from faces, so... Give Voltrum Ingot. Let's just test and make sure it's all normal. You can already see it's going pretty quick. I always drop my stone when I do that. Oh yeah. Let's drop in. I need to make the that modifier actually modifier instead of the straight up power generation, because it also should be making this spin faster too, right? If that makes any sense, guys. Because right here I'm multiplying this right here by modifier. So this is where modifier is calculated. I'm just gonna say times region modifier. Yeah, I added some asteroids in the background because I thought it would be cool to see them back there. I've been out of the loop of Starground updates. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just working away at 14 right now. V14. Let's get in there. Yeah, I think that'll work with the turbine. So you can see it's like, wind is a pretty good source here. Obviously you still have to deal with the fluctuations and stuff, but... And of course I put these too close so they're going to be diminished. But if we spread them out, we can generate a lot of power pretty easily here. Here, let's just put one in each corner and see what we get. Oh yeah, we're making 200 SE. That's crazy. Never signed up for the... I forgot to do that, honestly. Is it too late to do, or can I still do it? Egg is in a Jam's Discord server. I was just checking to see if he's alive or what's going on. A long time ago, I was talking with him about like the inverse kinematic stuff with the enemies, but oh my god, it closed yesterday. That's so sad. Well, it's okay. Was it good? Like compared to Skate 3? Submissions closed yesterday, yeah. Are you still able to play it even though submissions are closed or whatever? I would have done it sooner, I should have. Oh, the test hasn't started yet. No, I didn't know that this was just to sign up. Okay. Well, now I feel like an idiot. I mean, I can still try it out. EA.com/playtesting. Let me try it out really quick. It's been a billion years since I've signed into EA. Oh, I have to text myself. No, I refuse to believe. Let me try. It can't be true. Watch, I'll go in there, it'll be fine. I didn't know that it closed, right? That's the issue. Okay. Now how do I do it? I go to account. Here, what does it say in here? And complete the Skate RSVP survey. I'm in. Now where? Was it in here? Now it's not. Ah! This is so tragic. Well, when you get the game, stream it to me. How about when you get the playtest, I parsec into your computer and play it. It would be so bad, like latency wise, but That's too bad. I'm sorry that it took so long. I just forgot. And I didn't realize it was like a time thing, like a time limit. I figured it would just be open forever, but guess not. Oh well. These wind turbines might be too strong here. We'll see. I mean, to be fair, these other buildings are going to consume quite a bit of power, so... it'll probably be okay. Whoa. We got copper. Yeah, and I guess also here we're gonna have to do like a bunch of other buildings too. You're gonna need to do like furnaces to smelt down these ores in here and stuff, so it'll make sense that you need a lot of power. I mean, we'll see. I might just increase the cost of the wind turbine. I'm not sure yet. Also, the next thing that we need to do is make it so you can actually expand out your platform. So we need to add a recipe for that. The emails I got say the playtest starts the first week of July. Okay. Man, I can't believe I missed it. I had it all in my palm, and I just let it slip through like sand. Yeah. Oh well. This is so sad, guys. Okay. Yeah, so let's add a recipe for building these platforms. I don't think I have yet. Recipe table. I think I added a tile or a recipe for land tiles. No, I did not. Well, let's go to the crafter and add that. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. Just chuck it in here somewhere. Or maybe I just have a new tab for it, honestly. A new category for land tiles. I probably will. Starground land tile. Category will be tiles. I want to see what changing that category does. Probably just gonna put it in the miscellaneous one, but we'll see. I'm also gonna make this make a lot of stone now. Or require a lot of stone. I'm thinking like 20 stone each or something. I want it to be a lot. Okay, got that one. Now we need Starground floating platform. Which I'm thinking maybe we make it require a land tile and then also something else. I like that like progression of things, of having to set up chains of manufacturing. And then I think we'll make this take, what is the word? Probably plastic. Then oil will have more of a use, which will be nice. Just quite a bit of plastic. Floating platform. Okay. So we're gonna have to create an icon for tiles now. I don't have an exact source, but I've heard through the grapevine that the bird is the word. That's a pretty bold statement, dude. That's crazy. You sure? Alright, you don't have an exact source. Well, I'll take your word for it, man. Ooh, messed it up. I'll probably change how that looks. I guess not so bad with that, though. Oh yeah, I'll probably make this solid like that. Yeah, like that. Have I heard? Have you heard the good news? That's like what the religious people say, right? Okay, let's turn down opacity. Have I heard? I don't know. I don't know. What have I heard? What am I supposed to hear? That's too much anti-aliasing. It looks terrible. I'll just keep it how it is. Maybe do a little bit in certain spots, like maybe some right there or something. Maybe in the corners here. Yeah, I could also just erase to do anti-aliasing. Yeah, that's fine. And now save that as icon tile. And save that as a PNG. Boom. So now I need to change the little tab thing to also include that icon. So category, I'll just search production. Right here, building category or whatever. Oh, that's building category. Here it is. I think. Oh yeah, building tabs. Oh yeah, I don't actually use building tabs. I should probably use that now. This is always like, not set up fully. It's new Jank. What's up? Welcome in. How are you doing? What's going on? Ugh. Yeah, it must be inside of the crafting thing in here. Let's take a gander. Okay, yeah, right here. If it exists, category to lower. Oh, well, that's pretty easy then. So we already have it. Except let's rename this to tiles. Alright. Not too shabby yourself. I'm doing pretty good. I made pimento cheese earlier. I do love me some pimento cheese. Yeah, just working on stuff. Working on icons right now, mainly. But we're getting there. I just added a recipe for building land tiles, so we're gonna load in and check and see how that's shaping up. So let's take a look. So yeah, now it's got this tiles tab with the floating platform and the land tile. So that's good. Also, you can probably see a weird issue here, which is that those info panels are flashing visible when you change the... or when an icon is first set. So that's a little odd. I'm just going to go into the item slot script and make sure on ready that I'm making sure that that thing's invisible. I think it's because of this down here. Info panel dot visible is false. Let's make sure that's the case here. There we go. All right, cool. So now you can create a land tile, which you can also use to create a floating platform tile. So are you guys happy? You can finally use your stone for something. I know it does really pile up, so... Part of me wonders if I should just make it use stone brick instead of stone. Because then basically, I don't want people to have to like, I don't know, be all like, oh, I can't use all of my stone. I can't smelt all of my stone, you know. It might just be easier if I make it so you have to smelt the stone first. But I don't know. Or is it good that it just uses plain stone? No idea. I haven't had any in years. Sounds good. Yeah. It is pretty good. It's really easy to make, honestly. It's just... You just throw some cheddar, cream cheese, mayo, and peppers. I don't really have pimento peppers, and you can never find them at the store, but I just use bell peppers. They basically taste the exact same. Pimento peppers are actually even more mild than a bell pepper, which is hard to imagine, but they are. But yeah, it's pretty good. I love making pimento sandwiches. I'm a mic head. Can you have a button to disable mover max? What do you mean by that? Oh, like the maximum... Like how it'll only like put in a certain amount of items into a crafter, stuff like that? Yeah. I mean, I can. I mean, the way I have it set up now, which is what I should have done from the very beginning, is that the number of items that it tries to put into a slot will always be double the amount of the input or whatever. So like if this is, say this land tile requires 20 stone, it'll try and input 40. So that's what it does. Can it be both? I don't know if I can really do that. I mean, I could have 2 recipes for either, but I don't know. We'll just keep it as stone. And let people figure it out. It's not really that hard. You just have to make sure that you're not outputting all of your stone, you know? Just make sure you're reserving a portion of it or split your stone up. So yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, like either or. I don't really have support for like recipes like that where it can be either. Yeah, I know what you mean. Where it can be either one or the other. But it would be cool if I added that ability. Maybe one day. Right now, I'll just make it stone. Could you make a tag or create an item group? Well, for fuel, it's kind of a whole different system. Because it's like, the code is different how it checks for what's in that slot. Basically, all it does is check, does the item have a fuel tag? You know, does it have a fuel value associated with it, and then just deletes it. But this is like kind of specifically defining an item. So like if we look inside a recipe table and we look at like how this is set up, it's basically checking, it'll only work if you are this. But what would be an easy thing to get around that is maybe to have, instead of this just being a dictionary, I could have the option to make this an array like that, and so it could be any of those items in that array, just as a secondary functionality. So we can maybe do that. So Dev Bradley, welcome in. Time no speak. My name has changed since I was last here. Okay. What was your name? I don't remember. But welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we could set up like tags and stuff for, or like groups, kind of basically just how like Minecraft does it, where they have like a tag that's like a fuel thing, which we kind of already do. I mean, I figure we could do like tags, but I don't know. We'll figure that out. Great British BG. Oh, okay. Saw you on YouTube, so popped over here. YouTube live kind of sucks, yeah. YouTube live stream stuff is kind of not good. Twitch is better, although Twitch is filled with ads, so that's the one downside. Also, somebody wanted the price of the land tile to be cheaper, which we could do, especially now that you can craft tiles. It's not that big of a deal. So let's go into the shop table. And I want to decrease the price of that land tile. It is pretty expensive because, I mean, you do need to buy a lot of them, so I'm going to drop that down to 10. So let's also mention all these changes. Also, we did that. I don't really need to buff solar. It's still kind of good. Added a recipe to craft sand tiles with stone. Added a million things. Let's say down in here. Decreased the cost. Also, graphic. Thank you for the follow. Increase the cost of land tiles and Burgundy, the snail's shop. All right. We are gaming. So, what do we have next on our plate? We do need to figure out how we're going to do the info panels with controller. I mean, I imagine it's going to be not too bad. It's just going to say, like, simulate hovering over it if something has focus. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, we've got a billion other things we can work on the list, too. We still need to finish up the V3 conveyors fully. I do want to implement this. Dev Ninja sent over the code for that already, which I do appreciate. I'd like to do random traders and stuff. So there's still a lot of things I'd like to get around to. I would like to rework all of the sliders in our options menu because it's just dumb the way that they are now, where they're all like scattered around and, you know, it's frustrating. This one actually in the audio menu is kind of good because they're all the same size and stuff. So that's how I want all of them to be. Instead of being like this, where there's like some that are, you know, weird and, you know, it's just annoying. Also, I would like these to actually show the value that you have the audio set to. So yeah. And same with all these ones. Look at this garbage. I'm just not sure how I'm gonna like format it, but we can figure that out. We got the research menu. Star Launcher's gonna need a little work with controller stuff. But it does look cool and better now. Yeah, something I would like to do in here is like just adding a little more visual flair to selecting a building and stuff. You know, like maybe when you click on a building, or not a building, stupid guys, a planet, it like makes a little noise or something when you select it. It would be awesome if our launch button was like more epic. You know, those like you know, they always have like like this, where they have like the panel over it and stuff. It would be cool if we changed that button to be a little more diegetic. I mean, this button's fine, you know, it's whatever, but I would love it to feel more meaningful to click on the launch button and actually go somewhere. I don't know. So maybe we could mess around with an idea like that. I don't know how I would really do that, though, 2D wise. I mean, I could animate it opening, I guess, but that's annoying. So I'll think about that. If not that, I'll just make this look cooler. Like when you click on something, it starts flashing or something, you know? So it's more obvious that it's like time to launch. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure that out. So I don't know why this seems to be happening. I click on it, and then it seems to... Sometimes it, like, deselects it? Unless I'm just crazy. I think I'm just crazy. Nope. That one did it. You saw that? Look at that. What is happening? Oh, it's probably because it's doing not just check pressed, it's probably checking if it's like ever pressed. So let's go into the code and fix that. We gotta find the Star Launcher button. So it's going to be, I don't know where it checks for that. I think it might just be in GUI input, yeah. And I actually say if action pressed, that's the issue. I don't say just pressed, so. Although it seems like a bad way to do it. It's weird having it like inside of a, I think they say not to do that. Not to have a input is just pressed event inside of here. Use input event during input handling. No dot input. Use input event dot is action pressed. Okay. Yeah, so I do have to change that. I knew there's something in there. So hey, Maxie on YouTube, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so instead of saying that, we want to say if. Let's just say event. There we go. Ooh. Apparently you can't do that. I guess it's just input event, like that. Probably. Input event. Is action pressed? Yo. Thank you for the hydrate. I guess there's no just pressed, so I'll just check for that one. Cannot call that on that. Make an instance instead. Okay. An input event is an event. Well, maybe that's my issue, is I just can't say just pressed. Let's try this now. Uh-oh. No process function. Okay, I broke everything. Let's restart the game. All right. Let's see what this does. And yeah, we got to do some serious testing with the controller. I do have my Xbox controller right here. So I'll plug that in and try things out probably. We're setting up device controller. Oh, there it goes. I do like how easy it is to use the like Xbox controller just connected to my computer. I mean, the PS5 controller is definitely a superior controller in my opinion, but I do love the convenience of the Xbox one. How'd you get good at this? A lot of practice, right? And that's really the secret to getting good at programming and making games and stuff. I've been through so many like problems working on games that, you know, I've learned a lot about how to get around them and avoid them. So, want to start game dev too? Yeah. Yeah, it just takes practice, you know. Definitely like watching tutorials and stuff can help people that are brand new to it, but at a certain point, I think it's really important. Just you have to dive into a real project and start creating things, you know. It can suck, you know. I mean, there's times where you lose all hope or can't figure things out, but then once you do, that's like you really learn a lot, right? Tutorials are great, but solving your own problems is way more helpful for your learning. But yeah, just getting into stuff, what I would probably do is like learn how to read documentation. That's really important. If you can read documentation, like the Godot documentation, that's going to help you a lot. Yeah, what else? I would try it. Share some work with you sometime. Yeah, if you've ever got stuff, feel free to drop a link or whatever in chat. Oh, I can move in here. Although the issue is that I can't select any of the planets. That's kind of a problem. Because now that it's a part of a sub-viewport, I think that's our issue right now. Well, maybe when we're in controller mode, I just have a little crosshair. Right, that's like in the center of the camera, and then whatever it's hovering over is what gets selected. That's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. It was always kind of weird before, because it's like hard to know what you're selecting in a view like this anyways. So... also, I can even zoom in and out. Which is interesting. I didn't know I implemented all these functions, or they just work like this. I don't know how. Interesting. Okay, sorry, let me read everything in Twitch. Instant is that I wish the DualSense was more plug and play too. Yeah, it's annoying. I always have to like open up DS5, and it's just a hassle. I wish it was just easier. Gyrotech, my beloved. Yo, what's up, Max? How's it going? Oh. Game dev tip: make bad games. Kind of, honestly, in a way. As funny as that may be. You learn a lot when you fail, so. Does the game feel too zoomed in by default, guys? I'm starting to think maybe it is. Yeah. Let's go ahead and increase the default zoom level. Which I think is pretty easy. I just set the zoom to whatever I want the default to be. Right, target zoom, I can decrease that to maybe 2. So we're gonna have to relaunch the game to see that get applied. Can I get om nom nom noms in the chat? Yeah, om nom 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 nom. Yeah, how's it going, Max? What's going on? Make it more zoomed in? I don't think that's a good idea. Let's see what this looks like now. It's probably gonna be like way too zoomed out. Let's see. Oh yeah. That's definitely... that feels right, you know? Like, I would play at this zoom level. Ooh. Your administrators turn off location services. Well, that's good. I don't want them to know my location of my home computer. Okay. Kind of sucks that, like, you know, Windows is spyware. But whatever. Did I listen to the track yet? Not yet, but let's do it now. Let's go find it. Let's pause the bop. And let's listen to it. Why do I have music on? My player will think it's too zoomed in. Is there a way to change it? With the zoom level? Nah, I think this feels nice. And, you know, just walking around, looking at the environment, I think this is sort of the zoom level you'd want it to be at. It was always too zoomed in a bit, I feel like. That's probably why I added the ability to zoom out anyways, because I was like, this is too much, you know? But yeah, this feels pretty good. Like right around here. Before it's like this, you know, it just felt a little claustrophobic. Imagine if like this is the default zoom. That'd be terrible. Okay, I'll go mention that in the change notes. Zoomed out. Oh yeah, you said in this song you hit like a Wii golf chord or something? It was like a lot more functional than the last I saw, which was demo release. Oh yeah, that was quite a while ago now, so things have progressed quite a bit. Yeah, it's going pretty good. There is some tech I would love to change with some of this code, especially with the player. One thing I've always hated with the player is the way that I do UI blocking and stuff is dumb. Because I have so many different like variables for it. There's like menu open and cutscene lock and can interact and movement lock. It just gets to a point where I'm like, this is kind of ridiculous. And also down here where I'm checking like if certain UIs are open and all that business, you know, it's just very complicated. But I realized I was messing around, and a way better way to do that same kind of thing is with basically just having a dictionary that calculates one Boolean value based off of multiple different things that can happen. No, not really using signals with that. I mean, I could get it working with signals, but there's just so many switching between UIs and stuff. Signals would be kind of annoying to do with this whole thing. I think it'd be hard. But what I could do is like create a dictionary of different things that block input. So like it'd be like var blocks, and then it'd be like that. One could be the UI being open, you know. One could be, you know, being dead. One could be like, you know, just different things that would block your movement. Like a cutscene or whatever. One would be like, you know, an animation lock. And that would probably be a lot better way to do it, because then I can just loop through, and if any of these are true, then I know that the input is blocked, instead of having to check all this stuff separately. So there's probably some kind of behind-the-scenes changes like that I'm gonna eventually make, just to kind of clean up the player stuff a little bit. The player is kind of an enormous, disgusting script, and I do want to start to improve it. It's just hard. I also, like... it'd be cool if I could separate out a lot of this UI code away from the main player script into a new script that's just a parent of the canvas node. Or not a parent, but part of the canvas node. That might be just a little bit easier to organize all this stuff then, you know. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of work because I have to reconnect all the signals to everything in here, but eventually I would get there. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I also kind of wish that I separated the world logic from the multi... I don't know. I've been just reflecting on decisions that I've made recently in Starground. One thing that I did in here is that this basically multiplayer setup is kind of both the world manager and like multiplayer code, but sometimes it's just kind of a mess. What would be better is if multiplayer setup actually was multiplayer setup, and then the world node that we spawn in did all the world stuff, you know? So stuff like handling what time it is and the lighting and all of that business, right? And also all the functions for like dealing with the world, so like creating items and whatnot. So yeah, how it is now, it's a mess. I'm aware. But it's okay. At least I'm aware of these issues. I mean, that's the most important thing, so... But yeah. Also, music is sounding epic, Ace. I will go ahead and put it into the game right now. Music. I think I'm up to date on all the music stuff right now. I think that's the only one that's new. Unless I didn't put interference in yet. Let me make sure. I did not put interference in yet. Did you spell interference wrong? I think it's two E's. Yeah. Do you want it spelled like this? Interference with like type of... Okay. I can rename it in game. It's not a big deal. And then do I have floating memories? I do. Fix it, please. Yeah, I will. Okay, so it's just those two, interference and morning dew. So let's add those in. Bop. Let's rename this to interference. And now let's go do morning dew. I always put an underscore in the name so that there's no spaces, because sometimes it's weird with formatting when you reference like text that has a space. It's better not to have them. Because like if I reference it, like I can do that, but then if it has a space, sometimes it treats that as being like a separate thing, so it's just better. Okay, we got ads soon. Hold that in mind. I'd love to see Godot implement something to the scripts menu on the left of the editor. Add scripts that extend a custom parent, like an accordion, so they stack under each other. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, so like if you have like a parent script, for example, let's say the Star Launcher button script, and then underneath is the scripts of all the other scripts, like that would be pretty cool. Basically just a parent hierarchy on the scripts tab. I actually would really love that. That'd be kind of awesome. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the Wii Golf moment. Nice. Yeah, 100% would make that interface so much cleaner. Yeah, it definitely would. I hate how this just all kind of nice on. How this all just like builds up with a million things in here. It's a mess to actually organize and go through this stuff. Maybe I'll look into something like that. It would be cool. I mean, that would be a possible thing to contribute to the engine. Be hard though. Also, we got ads. My apologies, guys. Let's wait for the ads. Okay, so let's add the music. Global. Meridian. We're gonna say load. Res sounds. Or let's just, load it in. So this one is Morning Dew. And then an Enceladus. So is this going to be for level 0 on Enceladus, I presume? All right. So Enceladus 1 and 0 is complete. You don't have to make any more Enceladus music now. Viridian, how many tracks do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Viridian's complete. It's got 10 tracks. Space Hub also has like 6, which honestly is probably fine. Thank Gorb, yeah. We can also mark that off inside of our music thing. It's gonna be in. Yeah, next game we're definitely gonna reconsider how we do music stuff, because I think the way we went about it was too hard for it's like it's a lot of music, and Morning Dew. So let's just, when a region is complete, I'm just going to mark it over here as like being like blue, so it's obvious that it's done. And then Celadus 1 and 2 are complete. Yeah, 45 tracks, which is a lot. I do apologize for making you make so much music. But we're getting there. I mean, I know people enjoy the music. They've always said it's, you know, nice, but it's too much work. It's kind of full too. I mean, it's okay. Now we like really know though, you know, at least. I kind of like how Peak does the music, where it's very like, so like in Peak with the music, it's very intermittent. It's basically completely silent the entire game until like specific moments. So like sometimes when you like walk up to a mountain for the first time, it does like a little like 30-second music thing, but then that's it. There's no like constant music in the background and stuff. They really only do music for important moments, and I think that's maybe better. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. There's also ways we could do more dynamic music and stuff too, you know? So, or we could like separate out the tracks and mix and match and change it. So, you know. Twitch ads go on forever. Yeah, it's... So how I have it set up with Twitch ads, because I don't really have any... You know, I'm kind of screwed either way. Twitch does not let me choose to not do ads. So yeah, I can just show you the menu of how the ads are set up. So we go to monetization and go to ads. This is basically where the ad stuff is. So the issue with Twitch, or the thing that like sucks with ads, is they force you to either play enough ads or people get pre-rolls, right? So if you don't play enough ads, people are just going to get hit with a big ad when they go into the stream, and that's pretty terrible. So I have to do at least like 3 minutes per hour of stream time to avoid pre-rolls. And I hate it. I really wish Twitch wouldn't do that, where they like force you to run ads, but yeah. If I go any lower than 3 minutes, then it's just gonna start running pre-rolls, you know? I don't care about the money. Yeah, I don't really earn that much from ads, you know? It's really not a money thing. It's just that I'm literally forced to run ads. I can't not run ads. It's either everybody gets hit with a massive pre-roll when they join, which doesn't work, because if I ever get raided or something, nobody's here. So I have it set up. We do a 3-minute ad break every hour. It sucks, but you know, it is what it is. I can't get around it, even if I wanted to. That reminds me of old Minecraft, when the sun would set or rise. I always felt like the game had a hard-coded music cue. Yeah, no, I do like that. It's pretty awesome. That's fair. I just want to make sure you did at least earn something. Yeah, back when I streamed 10 years ago, you didn't get anything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do earn some. The revenue split with the 3 minutes is 55%, you know, which is fine. I mean, I can go see how much I make. I don't know if I'm allowed to, like, show you guys how much or not. I mean, it's probably fine. I can go to, like, my revenue tab, I think. Analytics. Earnings. So, how can I just see, like, how much I've made? And let's see. Okay, so over the course of, like, a month, 30 days, I've made $12 on ads. Which is pretty terrible, but at least it's something, I guess. So, I don't know. It's still frustrating, though, that I'm not allowed to stop the ads. There's just, yeah, they just don't let you. Apparently, when you become partner on Twitch, which is pretty far off, it does allow you, Twitch does allow you to control when you actually play ads. like if you wanted to, you could just stop playing ads, which I definitely would do if I became partner. But to be partner, I think you need like an average of 75 viewers and stuff. So that's like, that's gonna take a while, guys. That's not happening anytime soon. But yeah, it's fine. Is this timer gets declared here? Yeah, I don't actually need to do this. What script is this in? Oh, it's in that item? Let's not do that anymore. Or nothing, I guess. Yeah. It's frustrating that Twitch does more ads than TV. I know. It's annoying. Oh well. I guess the whole thing is the reason why they force people to run ads is so that they make money off of Twitch Turbo, you know? Because that's their whole thing, where if you pay a certain amount every month, I think you skip ads on all streams. It's like it's almost like a Prime subscription or like a channel subscription, but it's different because it's like just the ad part, but you don't get ads anywhere. Is that true? I mean, I don't know what Twitch Turbo would be if that wasn't true. But I'm pretty sure it stops ads on old Twitch channels. Let me make sure. Yeah, ad-free viewing. You may still see streamer-enabled promotions. Well, duh. But it'll stop like any ad breaks and also pre-rolls. So. But it's a subscription service, so you know. I don't even know how much it is. Sheesh. What? $16 a month? Oh, that's only on iOS. Oh yeah, that's incredibly stupid. So if you get Twitch on your phone instead of your computer, it's gonna cost you $4 more a month, which is actually dumb. So it looks like it's 12 bucks a month. So yeah. If I'm running ads on TV, I get longer ads on here than I do for my TV. It's been a while since I've like really watched TV, but I mean, I remember watching one time, I think I was at somebody's house or something for a party, and it just like watching the TV in the background. I was like, it was like 5 minutes of show and then like 4 minutes of ad. I was actually shocked at how much ads there were. I was like, what? This is like almost 50% just watching ads. Yeah, isn't that crazy though? Like, I guess we are kind of spoiled with like modern platforms. I mean, yeah, we still have ads, but like, I feel like it used to be way worse. I'm not gonna lie. For example, that Twitch ad segment we just had was almost 4 minutes flat. Well, I think the big difference though is that like here it's, now we can go a whole hour. But on TV, it feels like it's the interval between those segments is really like, it's only like 10 minutes apart, right? So, yeah. I don't know. Ads suck no matter where you watch them, you know? So. Goodbye, root beer. Okay. For sure Twitch Prime used to stop ads? Well, Twitch Prime is still around. It's like, but Twitch Prime is, it gives you like a free subscription to one channel every month, right? To be a sub. So it stops ads on that one channel that you pick, but that's it. Yeah. I mean, it might have been at one point where they were first like implementing it that it fully stopped all ads, which would be awesome, but I don't know. I suppose Twitch gotta make money. Yeah, I mean, I despise ads, but it is the way that these platforms function, you know, in the way that Twitch is able to create livelihoods for people, you know. It sucks, but I don't think Twitch is necessarily evil for running ads. It's a better alternative than making people pay to use Twitch, because that sucks, you know. I mean, yeah, it's always kind of a necessary evil. I just wish that, you know, I had a little bit more freedom as a streamer when it comes to how ads are displayed and like how long I display them for and stuff. That's really my only gripe. I would actually be totally fine with Twitch taking a way larger cut of my ad revenue. Like even if I only got like 20% or something instead of 55, but then I get to choose like half my ad time or something, you know, that would be kind of nice. So a bit ago, my family changed our Netflix plan to the one with ads, and they seem to only show when you pause the show or movie. That's interesting, yeah. I've seen that on YouTube TV, actually, when my dad watches YouTube. Whenever you pause the video, it shows like an ad pop up. Although the problem with YouTube TV, though, is that you still get ads in the middle randomly of watching videos on TV. It's pretty bad. It's really interesting seeing how, like, ad frequency changes depending on the platform, you know? I think like PC users are very anti-ad, but it's interesting seeing YouTube like doubling the number of ads on TV, because you still got like banner ads, pausing ads, mid-roll ads, pre-roll ads, post-roll ads. There's a lot. But yeah. I would much rather see banner ads than have them cut off the thing I'm watching. Yeah, exactly. I don't really mind banner ads too much because it doesn't really like break the functionality of things. That's always my issue with like getting hit with an ad in the middle of something. It sucks. It just brings you out of everything. Banner ad, whatever, you know? You can just not look at it and it's fine. I don't really care. I don't know. Banner ads are also usually very obvious. They're ads. Yeah, that's definitely true. I do kind of hate sometimes how with YouTube it's really hard to tell when you're actually watching an ad. Like if you're going through shorts or something and you were watching a video, then you look at the bottom, you're like, oh, this is an ad. You know what I mean? It's weird. Most of the time it's pretty easy to tell, but sometimes it's basically just a normal YouTube short disguised as an ad. So, at least with YouTube shorts, the thing that I like about how advertising works with that, I don't really go on shorts a lot. I really try to avoid it as much as I can. But how ads with shorts work is it's basically, as soon as you scroll past it, it's gone. And you skip the ad. So you can like skip past an ad in like a second, like less than a second, you know? Like 500 milliseconds, which is nice because it gives you a lot of like control over your advertising, where it's like, okay, sure, there's an ad, but just buy ad, you can just get rid of it right away. There's no like, I hate the thing that YouTube does where you have to wait 5 seconds to skip. It's just frustrating. I wish it would just be like, you can just skip instantly, kind of how YouTube Shorts is. That would be okay to me, but whatever. You know. What do we want to work on next? There's a lot of different things we could do. So glad I installed sponsor block. Yeah, sponsor block is awesome. I've been using it for a while now. It really makes YouTube much better to watch videos on. Yeah, it's really cool.
Big boy on top of the Steam charts.
Hey, yo, what's up, Robbie? Welcome in. Wish I was on this top of the Steam charts. But yeah, sponsor block is awesome. It just, because basically how it works is people create their own like blocks and stuff. So as you're watching, you just start a segment, end the segment, and then mark it as being like an, you know, a sponsorship segment or whatever. Yeah, I mean, look at, I've skipped 143 segments, 79 minutes worth of time. So that's pretty cool. I do love this plugin. It's great. It really makes the experience much better. Like, I always hate when I'm watching a video and then get hit with a massive sponsored segment. So having this set up is pretty great. Just being able to skip past it. And you can like customize it for each of these different settings and stuff. So it's like, if it's a sponsor, just auto skip. Same with self-promotion, right? Then there's also like exclusive access stuff, interaction reminders, you know. If you guys are enjoying the video, be sure to smack that like button and subscribe for more content on this channel. Anyways, back to the video, you know, stuff like that. And then there's like a highlight which just skips the, you know, the initial garbage stuff, skipping the credits. It's nice. And I love that you can control this stuff, because you don't always want to skip jokes and tangents. Sometimes those are a very important part of the video, so I have those disabled. But if you really just want to streamline your YouTube viewing experience, you could skip that stuff too, so. But yeah. I recommend this plugin, it's pretty awesome. I hope it doesn't get taken down or something by YouTube. I mean, this always happens with stuff like this. But we'll see. Yeah, it's free. There's no garbage. It's pretty nice. Anyways. I think I had 2 days of skip sponsors. That's crazy, yeah. Yeah, it really starts to add up. Realize how much time you save just skipping past all that. I mean, normally I'm skipping it anyways, but this just automates the process for me. It's nice because sometimes I don't even realize it happened. And I'm like, oh, I just skipped past this whole garbage segment of sponsors, yeah. No, it's pretty nice. Let's add in these other V3 conveyors, because that's not too hard. Let's do it. So let's go into all of these different buildings. We are going to have to make 1 million more icons now and images. Look how many there are. What? I have 8 each. I guess that's just how many there is. Oh well. So let's go search for all of this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 each. Why? I guess there's entrance, exit, and then also all the rotations and also the previews. Yeah, there's just a lot. Oh my god. Alright, let's get started here. This is gonna take a minute, isn't it? Probably keep that yellow. Let's make sure I'm doing a global. Yeah. Blue. Darker blue. Darkest blue. Bright blue. So this is Underground Conveyor V3 Exit Preview -10. That one's done. It's gonna take a while, guys. Boom. 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 Now this is Underground Conveyor V3 Exit Preview 10. Boom. 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 Ba-boom. Thought you would have done the color change of the code. I can do that. The only reason I don't is just in case people want to visually, like, with modding, like, change the whole vibe of a specific type of conveyor. I mean, I love doing stuff like that to save my time, but, you know, the issue with that is that whole thing of, like, it means that nobody can control that behavior anymore. Yeah. Like, changing one underground conveyor would change all of them, so, you know. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'll probably try and come up with a better solution to this. Really, the solution I think would be less so merging sprites together, but just like minimizing the number that you need to create. So like, for example, we have one that's for a preview and for the one that's displayed in game. I could probably just change it so that it's just, you know, get rid of the preview icon or like generate that preview differently. And that would save on a lot of sprites that people have to make. Me included. But yeah, I'll try and do that eventually. All those things are things that like we're gonna, oops, oh god. Okay, I presume that was an empty swatch. That one too. I hate how this is like, keeps creating new swatches. Can I lock it? Oh, it's still creating swatches. How can I stop it from creating swatches? Oh. There we go. Okay, it's just because I didn't lock it. We're good. Okay. Yeah, if we could eliminate the previous sprites, that would definitely help this a lot. But anyways, as I was saying, these are all kind of things that like I would love to approach another time, like closer to release, when it's just kind of comes down to very fine optimization stuff, right? I mean, this technically works. There's technically nothing wrong with doing it this way. Yeah, it's a lot of sprites, but Movie Guys Grind 2 is just a month away, I know. Me and Season are talking about it all the time. We actually have been playing on a new world just as like a final send-off for Grounded 1. So, but I'm really excited. We've been watching the trailers and stuff and trying to like analyze what's, you know, showing off, and there's some really interesting things. One thing that you can do in Grounded 2 is you can tame the spiders and ride them. There was in the trailer, there's a guy that was riding on a what's the word? An orb weaver. And it's crazy, dude. I can't wait to be able to ride spiders around. Mounts are gonna be huge. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I think it's gonna be awesome. It looks like they've, like, not straying too far away from what Grounded 1 is, and I think that's good, right? I mean, Grounded 1 is fun. It looks like what they're mainly doing is just kind of addressing the downfalls of 1, but still keeping like the same core concepts. So I'm pretty excited. So far from what I've seen, I mean, obviously I can't really know what it's like to play the game and stuff, but just from what I've seen, it looks like it's gonna be really fun. The same enjoyment of exploration and stuff of 1, but then addressing a lot of the like quality of life issues too. So the mounts I think are going to really help, given also how big the new map is going to be. It's going to be 4 times the size of the yard. Isn't that crazy? It's going to be crazy. So that's going to be super cool. I can't wait to explore. It's going to be so sick. We've also confirmed that there's a lot of new bugs already. There's going to be ants and stuff again, a lot of the same ones, stink bugs, orb weavers, black widows. But one big thing that we've noticed is there's also now scorpions, caterpillars. You know the prey mantis boss in 1? That's actually just now like a guy that walks around the environment. He's no longer like a boss enemy, which is really interesting. Unless they have like bosses that come and raid your bases, we'll see. Something that's also really cool. Okay, we did all of them, guys. We got it. Is like they're changing, or they're making the enemies smarter to like work together and stuff. So that'll be really cool. I'm excited to see how it's going. Also, anyway, sorry, let me read everything up here. So I'm only jumping in and out mentally. No, it's all good. Would it make sense to do grayscale sprites than just use modulate color them? Yeah, I mean, you can do that. It's just I'm not doing it because let's say somebody wants to make the V1 conveyor just like physically look different from the V3 or whatever, then they won't have that ability because they'd have to change like the base asset. What I'm probably going to do is just make it so that instead of having to also create 8 previews and 8 in-game sprites, just make the in-game sprites stack with another sprite when you're placing it down. And that'll kind of really help, I think, here. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll get around to it someday. I have to think of a good way to do it. That's going to be awesome, yeah. Do you have any next time you in season play? Yeah, I'll have to see. I don't know. Season might be working today, probably, but I'll definitely let you know, though. So that'd be fun. I don't know how I feel about no grapples on release. Grapples. Like the zip lines, or... I don't remember. Oh, okay, yeah, the zip lines. I mean... Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, the game is going to be early access. That's important to keep that in mind, I think. But I think with the mounts, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. At least I think. The reason why zip lines I think were so important in 1 is just because that's the only way to really get around faster. But if we're able to just crawl along, and especially with spiders, like if we could crawl up walls and stuff, I think zip lines won't really be too bad. Not, you know, not having them. Oh, and palette swapping speed you up? Well, yeah, again, it's the same issue with palette swapping does work if you know that that's the only thing you're ever gonna like have, but Starground has modding, and so it really complicates things because I have to allow people to be able to change these assets individually. So that's the only thing here. Man, Mrs. Zipline Tower made, I know. Me too. Yeah, it's okay. We'll make a new one once they add it. Okay, so let's go into our buildings table now. And go to underground conveyor. Put it in here, underground conveyor V3. Why do I have 8 entrance previews if... Oh yeah, there's also one for the exit. I forgot. Alright. And then the materials that this is going to take, before it took processors and stone bricks, I'm now going to make this use microprocessors. Probably not 5. That's kind of a lot. Maybe at least 2. And then, stone brick. I mean, what did I do for the regular conveyors? That one's copper and gear. That's for the V2. Then V3 on this one is, rotor and Voltrum ingot. So I might make this take rotors instead of stone brick. But I would like it to use Voltrum. That's kind of like a unifying thing. Microprocessors do use Voltrum in them, so it's probably okay. I think I'll take this, make this take 2 rotors or something. Yeah, I think we're the cheese time. Yeah, I think it's... Most of that I've played Grounded 1 from beta on and off, and I really grew to love the quality of life by the end of it. Yeah, that's totally fair. I didn't really get into Grounded until it was, like, more complete. I mean, I did get it a long time ago, but I didn't really get into it enough to notice the quality of life stuff like that until it was already kind of finished. But yeah. Ziplines kind of only felt really useful mid-late game. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I think it'll be fine. I mean, you know, they'll probably add it pretty soon, I imagine. Ugh. My lower back has been kind of in pain. Like my left lower back. Why is that? Oh, stretching feels nice though. Okay, so we got underground conveyor V3. Got lumbago. What is that? Now let's go make splitter V3. We got those things here. Boom, 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 boom. Oops, amount. 4. I might also make this take like something else because it's a splitter. So we got the microprocessors, but maybe we also do what else would make sense for this building? I don't know, maybe a lens, like it has to scan the items or something, you know? We can always change these recipes really easy, so I'm not, you know, not necessarily full committing to this right now. Okay. So we got that set up, so now we have to go do the images for the splitter, but there's only like 4, so it's not that bad. Left lower back can be core strength or poor posture. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it usually tends to happen after I exercise a lot, so it's probably just like stress-induced pain or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I did do a massive exercising thing last night. For exercising, don't worry then, yeah. It's probably just that. But... yeah, I've been trying to be really consistent with exercising, because I mean, I used to walk a lot when I was going to school and walking around campus and stuff at university, but I kind of just, I don't know, once I graduated, I, you know, wasn't walking around anymore, so I figured it's probably good for me to keep, like, being pretty regular with exercise, so... Oh, what? Did your cheese time not go? Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at that, Oshik. Yeah, that's not fair. You can go ahead and refund yourself the points if you want. There might be an issue with the code of not, like, getting rid of your cheese number of redemptions. So I'll take a look at that in just a second. Yeah, you got cheese scan. That's so sad. Got a little orange thing. We gotta replace that with blue now. Okay, V3. We're getting there, guys. Only got like 4 more. These are the ones that are actually like used in game. I might go back and make the colors of these a little darker, but that's fine. I want to test something. Can you say like and subscribe as clear as possible? Like and subscribe. Do you want the music turned off? Let me do that. Like and subscribe. Is that what you want? I can do it like a goofy voice if you want, where I'm like and subscribe. Nah, it didn't work. What are you trying to do? YouTube has a thing where the like and sub buttons light up when someone says it in a video. Oh yeah. Does it not work in on Twitch then? Is that what you're trying to test? Yeah. Oh, with live streams, yeah. Oh well. They probably like have to bake that into the video instead of, I don't know if it might be hard for them to do that like voice detection stuff live, you know. All right, splitters are also done now. Boom. He's called the bank is using your voice where you are. Yeah. Man. That's kind of a scary thing that people can do that, isn't it? I mean, banks probably, well, hopefully they have measures against that, you know? Okay, let's duplicate this V3 conveyor. I mean, it would be pretty easy to just require another source of verification, right? Just like ask what is your social security number or something in the call so that like it's not too easy to break in. Oh yeah, this will like dynamically happen, I think. The only thing I need to do here is just swap out the sprite of this and then also increase the speed of the shader to -8, but then that's it. And also increase the speed on here and change the type prefix to V3. And change the building ID. Now that should be good. Shouldn't really be any other code I have to do now. Lost my channel points, had enough for Starground custom hat. Can I have my points back? Did you? Yeah. Did you actually? Well, how did you lose them? Because I don't think they just go away. Yeah, thank you for the spin. Yeah, thank you for the spin. Yeah, thank you for the spin. Yeah, thank you for the spin, guys. Thank you for the spin. Oh my god. Whoa. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the spin. Oh. Water is so delectable. I can't get enough, guys. Oh yeah, so something too now with the underground conveyor V3. It'd also be nice if I increase like the distance modifier or whatever. Like the distance that you're able to form an underground tunnel. I think I have that code in here somewhere. Or I guess that would just be the length of this ray, wouldn't it? Do I actually have a difference between underground 2 and 1? Let's go see. No, I don't. But if I'm gonna do that, I better do it now. It says this thing, it's the underground check. Normally I have this set to 128. But I can make unique and do a little more. It's 128 plus 64. I'll give people a couple more tiles to work with.
Dwarves will see a dwarven child's dead body and their first thought is, I fell so good. Like, what the hell?
That is a dwarf moment, isn't it? Yeah, they're up to some wacky things, aren't they? Those dwarves. I don't know, I happen to have 200k and now it's down to 5k. Well, I don't know what I can really do about it. I can't give people points, so. But I've never had points go away on Twitch. Unless you spent them. Let's see what these look like. Soon we're going to start adding in researches for all these things so that they... nah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah. All right, there they are. I hate the splitter. Looks terrible. Yeah. I just need to darken up the splitter specifically versus the conveyor. It's fine with the underground conveyor because all the bright spot is just a little tiny like rim at the top, but with these it's not, so it's annoying to look at. All right, cool. So we just need to give ourselves microprocessors. I need lenses. And I can plop it down. I also need Voltrum ingot. Man, that thing really does go fast, doesn't it? Let me look at that. Well, it almost looks like it's going like way too fast, but maybe I'm just crazy. Well, let's do a test. Let's loop some items around. I ran out of rotors. And let's put a mover going into it with a chest. Give myself some wood. And let's put some items on there. Looking good. So if we go ahead and put another conveyor there, we can like do that. Yeah, we're gaming. Hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? Welcome in, everybody. Professor Leo, thank you for the follow. How's everyone doing? Steve Bradley, gotta pop off. Have a good one. Sounds good. Thanks you so much for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Oh, man. How's everyone doing? Yeah, welcome in. Like the fun of the raid notification. I can't remember. Too many cheese time. Too many. I gotta fix your cheese time thing, Oshik. I don't know why it's doing that. Iron Shark, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I can go see what that font is really quick. I can't remember which one I used, but I tried to look around for one that's like a little goofy, but not too goofy, you know? I don't know where that would be. Unless I put it in here, like materials, models. I really don't remember. But I might have used a system font since I'm only loading this on my computer. Oh, I think it's this one. Outfit semi-bold. Yeah, that's what I'm using. I found it. So yeah, this one I think I don't actually have oversampling on, but yeah. Anyways. Oh, computer lagged for a minute. So Generic B, what's up? Welcome in. Not intended to promote, but my buddy Darkfan is actually streaming Starground today. Oh, really? That's awesome. I didn't know. I'll have to check that out. Let me open this up on the side. But yeah, anyways, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream, Settlix? How's it going? Yeah, doing well. The dev has treated you good so far. It's going pretty good. We're just kind of working on random things right now. We just added in these V3 conveyors, which are even faster than V2s, believe it or not. So we're kind of working on more high tiers of tech and stuff. Yeah. It's very crisp and readable. The one I pick gets blurry at small scales. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always try and pick like vector fonts so that I can scale it to whatever I want. So wouldn't believe it. I'm working on NPCs again. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, that's good stuff. That's important. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we've been just up to a whole bunch of things. We did these conveyors really quick. It's just a matter of going through and recoloring the sprites. We did, what else did we do? We added these little like tags on the planets for like a solar and wind efficiency. So this one, like for example, Opus has 200% wind power versus a different kind of planet. So I like that because it kind of gives players like a sense of like, okay, certain power sources are better on certain planets. So I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Darkman's playing Starground. Awesome. Been going for 2 hours. I'm just taking a look at this. Well, thanks for letting me know. Oh, ad moment. Yeah, that's sick. I gotta pop in there for a sec. But yeah, finally getting a handle on Unity's behavior graph stuff. I'm actually getting the desired results. Nice. That's awesome. That's always good. Yeah, I guess some gentle guidance by means of game mechanics rather than just you can't build Windpire stuff here. Yeah, I do like that. It's like, it's nice because it doesn't necessarily block people from doing things on places. Like if you really wanted to do solar on Opus, you can. It's just like the odds are stacked against you, you know? So it's kind of like, oh, maybe I should take a look at doing wind stuff here instead. So yeah. Yeah, it's coming along. We worked a lot. We've been working a lot recently on these like little pop-up overlay things, like just showing stats of everything. Same in the research now. If you hover over like buildings and items in here, it shows info about them, which I think really helps a lot for new people and stuff like that. So, because then you can just hover over and be like, okay, what even is, you know, a foundry? So. Yeah, I still need to kind of adapt a lot of this stuff into controller support, right? Because like you can't really hover over things with a controller, so I've got to figure out a way to do that. But I think there's ways. May I ask what the juice is? There's multiple depending on your angle. But in terms of game development, juice is usually just like the little things that add up and make things feel more satisfying, right? So like, what's a good example of juice? I don't know, when I'm mining with my laser, the little effects and the particles I put at the end and the sounds. It's just all the little like effects and stuff that you add into things. Even like the inventory, how it just blurs the background a little bit. That could be an example of juice. But yeah. Or do you mean the juice is in... There's also a quote on the Tree of Wisdom, unless that's what you mean. And I doubt that's what you're talking about. It's looking really good, yeah, thanks. Yeah, having all the data displays, 10 out of 10 for stuff like this. Folks like me forget a number 2 seconds after they read it. No, yeah. No, it also really helps me too a lot, honestly. I mean, to be fair, I added all these buildings, so I'm pretty familiar with them, but it's still nice to go through here and like, you know, just look at all this info. I think for anybody it's helpful, really, you know? So I also added that for like recipes in here too. So like slag processing, it shows that like, yeah, you know, how much you need and stuff. It's funny because it's actually showing how much I have in my inventory right now. So that's interesting. I was talking about the rules and the mention hell. Do I have that in my rules of just saying like don't drink the juice or whatever? I don't remember what that's all about. I might have just thrown it in there as a little funny thing. But yeah. Oh man. So yeah, one of the buildings we added recently too is, well, a wind turbine, because if we have wind in the game, then it makes sense that there's a wind turbine. So this is how this looks and works. You place it down, it kind of fluctuates randomly around, so it has peaks and valleys of, you know, how much power it's producing at any given moment. So yeah, wind's nice. It's great if you also pair it with like a lot of batteries and stuff so that you can handle those fluctuations. So yeah. Then we got V3 conveyors over here. Next is going to be adding in like researches for all this stuff. I also went ahead and created a crafting recipe to make land tiles. You know, before you'd the only choice was break other ones or buy them from the shop. But now you can pop into a crafter like this and build one with stone. You can drop stone in here and make it. So that's pretty nice. And also there's a recipe for this floating platform. This is specifically for placing on Opus. You just take a land tile and some plastic and put it in there. And that lets you go build on Opus. So, on here. But yeah, it's coming along. We've also got like the overlapping stuff, so if you like overlap the turbines on top of each other, it reduces their efficiency and stuff, so it's going pretty good. Asteroid collectors are working. Yeah, everything's going good. I mean, I haven't really run into any like major issues so far. Any problems that have come up, I've, you know, dealt with and on to the next thing, so I think we're on a pretty good track for, you know, getting 4.14 ready to go. So yeah. Absolutely cooking, dude. Love to see it. They'll be able to name off having accomplished multiple things in a week like you. Yeah. Nah, it's just like, I don't know. I wonder why things move so fast. I mean, I think a big part of it is just all the work I've already put into like creating systems for this stuff. You know? Like, I've already put so many buildings into the game, I've kind of really refined the process of adding in new ones. It's pretty easy, too. I guess also just streaming, it really helps, honestly. I do like how streaming is, like, a really good kind of, like, it kind of forces me to work on the game, like, continually and consistently. Where it's like, alright, tomorrow I'm streaming Starground, so I gotta, you know... I don't know. That's always been very helpful, I think, with the development of Starground. But, yeah. And sheer determination. It also helps that I don't have a job. This is my full-time job right now, so yeah. That's a big part of it. I do actually have time to work on it. Yeah. Which is a luxury, unfortunately, not that many people have. And not spending weeks on your overlay. It's so tempting to work on my overlay more. I wanted to do the, you know, the motion tracker thing with my head, but it's, I might wait a little bit on that. So, yeah, I've got an excellent framework that you're working within now. You're simply polishing and adding rather than renovating. Yeah. I mean, I'm still definitely going back and updating old systems like this, for example, the tooltip stuff, but it's definitely like, pretty easy to. I haven't run into any major issues with that. A lot of the stuff I'm really changing is like things that are already in the game. So yeah, it definitely is like a lot more refining, I'd say, at this point in development, right? I'm just trying to focus on, you know, getting this done, getting it wrapped up. We updated our roadmap recently, just kind of like outlining our full plan for stuff now. But yeah, we're gonna try and like really focus on just doing 4 automation planets, 4 dungeon planets, and just cut it there. We can always do more after release, but I think that's like a nice milestone to hit, right? So I think that'll give people lots of content to play around with and warrant, you know, release. So, but yeah, I think this will all go pretty good. I have to make sure no, I mean, I already got all that done, yeah. Cutting edge accoutrements, quantumation. And yeah, 1.0. We put down 2026 for that, because, I mean, we'll see. I might be ahead of roadmap, but I really don't want to set any, like, you know, hard deadlines for release. If we have a whole year for release, then we'll be fine. Scale of the graphic too, yeah. Yeah, the old one used to be really tiny and hard to read. We decided to kind of change the format of this up where it's like way more vertical, so you just scroll through it like that. I think it works a lot better now, so yeah. Yeah, things are going good. It's on sale right now, actually, for the summer sale. We got a lot of sales coming up. There's like, there's going to be the Automation Fest in July, and then like right after there's going to be, I think we're in a, what is it called? I think it's the Ada Lovelace sale now, for like games that focus on like engineering concepts, which Starground is. So yeah, it's going to be a lot. And then right after that, we've got like fall sale, winter sale, 1-year anniversary on Steam sale too. That's a big one. So, whole bunch of things. Yeah. So I wanted to go say hi in this stream because that's epic that he's gaming it up.
Think this.
Oh, why was it? Is he talking the whole time?
I think it's fine.
Let's just say hello really quick.
Hey, big boy, how you doing? It's going good.
Evil twin reminds me of someone. Yeah.
Inventory button. Is this a sign the world is about to end? Hey. I'm gonna sort that inventory just because you made fun of me.
I'll give him a follow.
It's been going pretty good. I was like not expecting some things because I didn't look too much into the game.
Archivist uses a mod to change the evil twin skin. Oh, okay. Interesting.
That tree, the space station and stuff like that's pretty cool. I am trying to figure out, and I assume it's from the other planets, like the moon flat, like the moon grass, which I probably have to go somewhere to get it. Let's go over here. We just unlocked this. Oh wait, can we go there? Most plants are. I was doing. Maybe I need to do that dungeon instead of this one. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's offload some stuff real quick.
Kind of like this stream. Yeah, sure. I can put this in here. I won't make our whole stream just watching somebody else's stream, but you know, it's a Starground stream, so I think it's okay. It kind of makes sense. But yeah, if he's still going after we're done here, then we could give him a raid. I don't know how long he's gonna be playing for, but we'll see.
All right, we don't have a whole lot, but we're gonna go check out that dungeon.
Okay, he's going to the dungeon. He's got a sword. So he's in good shape. Tephra.
Wait. Is there more? Is that what?
Yeah, this is what having that little... No, it's the sun. Tephra maxing, yeah. Oh, he's going to Tephra, here we go.
Jeez.
Jeez, the classic.
Oh, cool.
Yo, a chest.
Ancient bone. Hey, I know I'm old, but...
Anyways, sorry guys about the delay. Let's get back to it. I don't want to distract too hard. All right. So what's next on the list? Oh my god, why do we have so many errors? Oh, it's always the tweens. I don't know where these are coming from. There must be some kind of object that's getting freed before the tween is aborted or whatever, killed. I don't know which object it is. But we'll figure that out eventually. Okay, so V3 conveyors are done. You can mark that off. Let's go ahead and just implement the server settings right now. Devninia actually sent over code for it, so I was like, awesome. I'll get it going then. So let's do that. So that's all going to be inside of here. Up in the ready event. Right here. So let's see what all this is doing. This is getting the environment variable. Okay. There's a whole bunch in here. So startup, I presume, is what's happening down there. Yeah, where IP port requires Steam users, whitelist, enable cheats, save path, seed size, train scale, water level. All that stuff will get set in here. So you put the eye patch on. That's funny. Oh, he brought it home. Oh man. Oh man. The eye patch is funny. That's a total screw you item. But it's cool. Generate new seed. Okay, so we're gonna have to kind of get this all integrated into the code that we already have. So stuff like this, get environment variables, fine. It's just a standalone function of grabbing the variable. So we can keep that around. Just saying if we have environment name, we probably shouldn't use name since that's the same as the property, you know, the node name. So let's not use that. Let's just call it environment name or whatever. Okay. And what is default? If it has environment, return default. Interesting. We'll have to figure out what all this code is doing. So we can return a float environment variable, it looks like. And a bool environment variable. So this is just for returning different types of environment variables. Use space character. Oops. And this one isn't happy. Oh, it's this one. Okay. And then startup is kind of what does it all. So this is what's actually going to be setting these variables. So we'll probably just kind of integrate this instead of having a function called startup. Maybe we pull everything out of there and just put it all in the startup. All right, now we can get this going. So I think there's some stuff here that can be simplified. I don't know why these default variables are passed in. It seems like that's something we could just say get and then return a default value. Most of these usually do. Yeah, get environment. Returns the value of a given environment variable or an empty string if it doesn't exist. So I can just return that as the default instead of how this all is, you know. So this is also going to get the seed, which it's going to generate a new seed. We don't really need to do that because we can just also this uses var name, but then uses name there. It's a little odd. Let's make sure none of these are using name because it's going to break the code. All right. All right, so this is where we do all this stuff. This is just going to run all this code. So get environment variable, that's going to return a string, right, of just... Now, what is this whole default business? Default... Oh, I guess that's just so that we can pass in the value that it should return if you don't get anything. So that's fine. We can keep it like that, where it returns default if there isn't one. Okay. We're grabbing port, all that stuff. So what I'm probably going to do is always default to getting the environment variables. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would make more sense to have the settings file override the environment variables, because if you have that locally, that's probably should take priority, is my assumption. So we'll probably do that. So basically, we'll just run startup first, as long as we're a dedicated server. And then we'll run all that stuff. Honestly, we really should just make a function called server startup. And just do all that in there, instead of all this garbage. And now put this down into here. Now we can organize this function. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that, guys. Man. Ugh. So, yeah, let's just set all this stuff in here. I'll just say here, load from settings any file instead of environment variables. It exists, you know. Oh no, he's getting messed up in the dungeons. Ah, oh, he died again. His weapon's too short for the flying enemies and stuff. Alright. So, where do we set IP and stuff like that? Server config. IP value, this is where we do it. So I'll go ahead and say up here, IP value is get environment variable network interface. Well, default is star. Port, that's going to be port value, which is get int environment variable. So that's going to pass that environment variable in. It's going to try and get it. And then string.num, which I didn't know you could just cast a string to a number like that. Okay. Require Steam users. So where do I actually kind of get that set up? Which is, I think I do it down here with set config. I'll probably have to change how that works. Yeah. How is this gonna work? So I guess this is basically just either that exists or the other thing exists. So we probably need to create this server config from the very beginning of everything, which we do set as a new file, so I think it's okay. Excuse me, guys, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to say global.serverconfig.set value. And I have to go look at that. think it's settings.ini. Require Steam users in the network tab. So do that. And we have to set what section it's a part of. Which, that's going to be section, then key, so network. Our section. And then that. Okay. So that's how we're going to have to set it for all of these things. So let's just copy that over and over. It's going to be the same for whitelist, if it would let me copy. Whitelist, enable cheats. I think the save path gets set in there. Same with seed and size and train scale and water level and all that stuff. So it is storming out there, man. I need to make it so when it starts storming, the wind turbines actually kick up more. It'd be nice. That's kind of like a benefit to the storms here. Hey, R2ADHD2, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? What's going on? Let me give you a follow. Yeah, welcome in everybody. We are currently working on my game Starground. What we're currently doing is adding in. So Starground has dedicated servers. We're kind of getting it set up so that you can like set the settings of the server through environment variables. Normally we just have it set up to where you use this like settings file down here that you just save in the path of the game. But right, yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, how are you guys doing? What are you up to? Let's see. Okay, that's just whitelist. And that's also a network. So this is going to set the whitelist variable with, you know, whitelist there. And by default, that'll be false. I'll just keep going down the list. Enable cheats, which will be false. And that'll be enable cheats. And that'll actually be, I think, a part of miscellaneous. Let's go check. Yeah. So enable cheats set up. Next we've got save path. Which should be in here. Save path is in world. So let's work on all that. World. Oops. Save path. Call that save path. Default for that seems to be an empty string. All right. Oh. String is bool. Oh, it's got to be just get environment variable. Okay. Let's make sure we're doing these ones normal too. Yeah, those are all good. All right. Let's see. So hey, welcome in. Do you use some techniques like prediction of movement during multiplayer? Yeah, so something that I do is movement interpolation with the players. And also I do that with all the enemies now too. Essentially what that involves is passing over the velocity and a given position of an entity. So like when we have a player, for example, and the player is moving around, the data that gets passed over here, it's going to send over the position and the velocity. And then I recalculate the like physics of this player moving given that velocity value. So it, like they smoothly move along because I'm calculating the, you know, the velocity of it from the client side. So it makes it look smooth even though the data that's being passed is only only 20 times a second. So seems to work pretty well. Definitely helps just kind of smooth things out, you know. So this is gonna be world. Oops, not caps though. Okay, so we got the save path one. That's save path. Save path. Default is empty string. We'll say welcome in on Conrad Grit. How's it going? Okay, so that's world. Those ones down. So generation seed, that one's pretty easy to do. We basically just do it down here, which is just setting here the global generation info seed. I'll just do the same thing here to generate it. Okay. So generation seed, here we go. So I'm just gonna say var seed is that. And then that's gonna pass in an empty string by default. So we're just gonna check if seed is not equal to empty. I don't know why I said if seed is 0 before like that. Hey, Dark Fan, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, Generic told me you were playing Starground, so I popped in there for a minute. How's that going? Hopefully everything went well. Yeah, we are working on Starground right now. Thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Game's great so far. I appreciate it, yeah. You know, let me know if you ever run into like issues or problems, you know, could be anything. Balancing, bugs, crashes, you know, or even just ideas that would help, you know. Anything, let me know. Got a raid and run though. Have to get somewhere before they close. Yeah, sounds good. No problem at all. You know, do whatever you got to do. But thanks so much for popping in. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. All right, so yeah, for everybody that hopped in here, we're currently working on. So Starground has dedicated servers. So thank you for the follow, Dark Fan. I appreciate it. Normally with the dedicated servers, you load in your info from a settings file, like a .ini file, and that just kind of loads all the data. But now I'm getting it set up so you can use environment variables too. I'm probably never going to really use environment variables or anything, but apparently some people it's nice. So Medicus, thank you for the follow. Hopefully I'm saying all these names right. So this is going to pass in the seed. Now the seed really should be... Okay, yeah, it should be a string. So I'm just going to say if seed.is empty, then we go ahead and generate a new one. Else we say global.generation seed is equal to seed. Now the only issue is down here. I think this might redefine seed right here. But I guess we don't say var anymore, so it's fine. It'll just set it to whatever the new one is here. So that actually just grabs it from... Do I get the seed somewhere? Oh, I guess right here, generation settings. So that's where I get all the info for the generation right there. Okay. How do I have that in the settings file? Okay, that is all just a dictionary. But yeah, you can't do that with a environment variable. It has to be a float, a bool, or a string, I think, so that's fine. But we'll use that as a reference for what we actually need to pull in. Anyways, let me show you guys what we've been working on other than the boring stuff, though. So, wind turbines are in the game now. That's going pretty good. We got it set up so that like you have it shows the different like stats on each planet. So Tyria, for example, 75% solar and 10% wind. Viridian's 100% on both. Opus is 200% wind. So there's different like pros and cons of different power sources depending on the planet. So it's just kind of nice having some choice over what power you decide to use. We also added in V3 conveyors. They're over here just goofing off. But yeah, it's coming along. This update's going to be out on July 14th. So we're just trying to get things wrapped up for then. All right, so now in here, we'll go ahead and settle this stuff. So let's see, normally what is seed? Do I have that hard-coded like that? As that value? I guess I do. I wonder when that happened. What do I have set as the default generation info? Okay. And also, why is the world set to 64 by default? That's... And water level's 0.5. Okay. I don't know why I decided to do the things the way I did. Let's just set these back to their defaults. Seed should just be an empty string by default in there, honestly. Okay. So network stuff is done, I think. We've got the port and IP set. Basically, we just need to make sure that you can do all of this stuff through environment variables. So IP port requires Steam users and whitelist. That's all configured in here. Okay. We have miscellaneous for enabling cheats. That's good. And now it's just all the world stuff. So let's add that, and then we should be good to go. So this is setting the same save path. This is whether the server requires Steam users, which I don't think the naming of this makes sense. It should be require Steam users. Like, not Steam require users. So let's change that. Oh, I changed in the wrong spot. Hold on. So the next variable that we're going to get set in here is going to go ahead and be... Let's see, what do we have down here? Let's just bring all this stuff up. So we're setting the seed right here. We're going to grab whatever the seed is. If it's empty, generate a new one. Otherwise, just set it to whatever it is. And that should be a string. It should just be an int. I wonder what happens if somebody uses like a regular word for a seed. Might cause issues. We'll see. Okay. So that one's good. Next is going to be our generation size. If it would let me copy it, that'd be super cool. So we're going to say global dot, oops, generation info dot size is equal to the int variable of generation size. Cool. Get rid of that one. Now we have terrain scale. So global.generation info.terrain scale is that. And then water level, and I think we're good to go. So. Ugh. I can't type, guys. Cool. yeah, I think we're good to go. Get rid of that now. Merge all this together. Cool. So one thing here is that it'll automatically create a settings.ini file. We do have to kind of change that behavior a little bit, because now what we need to do is make sure that, like, hey, you know, if we're already doing environment variables, then don't generate a ini file. So that's kind of our next step. Now I do worry about, I guess this is probably okay. I think environment variables only get set for the executable or something. I really don't know how this works. Here's the value of the given environment variable. Yeah, I might have to make it so you pass in like a launch argument to use environment variables instead. I might do that, because otherwise it's kind of odd. How do I know which one you actually want to use, right? Yeah, that's probably going to be what we need to do here. And I guess we need to make sure that we have, well, it'll set default, so that's fine. Yeah, everything here should be fine. So I'm probably just going to say if, like, global.use environment variables, then we do all this stuff. And then after that happens, we just say, like, return. Yeah, that's something that we need to do down here, though, is, oh yeah, this is a new thing now. Like this start host and all that business, and, you know, we gotta work on that. Okay. Oh, we do have to run server config save again, so let's do that. There are going to be some things that are just kind of shared, so... So let's make this a separate part. Well, actually, I guess I don't really want to save that unless I'm doing that one. Yeah. Okay. So how can I run a launch argument with Godot? That's the question. Let's look into how that works. I need to be able to read what the launch argument is, right? I guess like Godot custom launch argument or something. Okay, so I can say get command line args. And if it has that, interesting. Well, that'll work. Okay. So I'm just gonna say if arguments have envars or something. Then we can go ahead and say, just do that then. I'll have to test and see if that actually works. But hopefully that does. Okay, next thing is going to be like doing all the start host and all that business, so... let's do that. We're going to pull that stuff out because that's going to happen universally, regardless of whether we're using the settings ini file or the environment variables. Okay, and also save path does not get set, does it? Or that gets set inside of the server config. That probably seems like a better way to do it. Let's just access what's in the server config. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to get that instead of world, save path. And it's going to be, I guess, the default. Also, let's move path out. Just put that at the top of server startup. Okay, getting there, guys. So that'll be grabbing, let's see here. Our default path, we have this down here. It'll just be path plus world.dat. So that's what we're going to make our default. And I think that'll work. So if that world exists, it'll do it. Otherwise, generating a new world with all of our info. Okay. Cool. We're getting there, guys. And now also all this stuff. We're getting the same thing here. We're saying get save path and all that. So here, let me actually just pull that out then. So save path is going to be that, world save path. If it doesn't have an extension, add.dat, otherwise set save path to that. Okay. There's also some things in here I need to move over, like this manual multiplayer thing needs to be set down here. Which actually I'll just set at the top because it's easier. All this really should be doing is just getting and setting values. So IP value, port value, cheats enabled, explosion griefing, generation info. Seed. So why is that getting it there? Generation info.get seed. Oh, it's because we're just setting generation settings there. So that's fine. Alrighty. I think we're good. There's only a couple things here, though, that are a little odd. So setting port and IP value is fine, but wouldn't it make more sense to set the value in the config and then just do all that? Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here. So I'm actually just going to copy a lot of this code over. This will just be better. It's going to work better this way. We're just going to run get value on all these different things in here. And then in here, we're not going to be getting, we're just going to make sure we're setting. So since we're just straight up loading it, that should already set all of this stuff up. So we can get rid of all of this. Yeah. Of course, it's so awesome. I love it when my batteries run out, guys. All right, so how this is set up, it's basically it's grabbing all of the info that we need to set down here. So up here, it's just going to be a matter of saying set value on all of these. Even same with this stuff. So instead of saying that, we're going to say global server config set. It's just going to be one of these again for the port and IP. I just like that better so that we have like this up-to-date like area with all of our info, you know? Sorry guys, I know this is boring stuff, but it's important. Okay. And also same with down here, we don't really want to set this stuff there. We'll go down here and do that. Which actually, we're just setting it there, so let's undo that. I'll actually just generate this. So, our world info. I'll just call this generation info is equal to global.generation info defaults. I guess it doesn't matter. It'll just be an empty dictionary. So we won't worry about that being empty right now. What we're gonna do is just say generation info dot at index seed is that, and then size, train scale, and water level. Alrighty. Boom. And now all we're going to say here is in the server config, set our world generation info. That's going to be set to not that, but our generation info. So Argy Bargy Art, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, anyways, so now down here it's going to be really easy to do all this stuff. Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of grabbing everything and setting it, and then we're basically good to go. So it's going to simplify a lot of this code. We want clean code, guys. It's important. So let's make sure we're setting everything. IP port, Steam users, whitelist, enable cheats, save path. Port, Steam users, whitelist, cheats, save path. Save path. And then our generation info, seed size, train scale, and water level. Cool. So then we set that value here, world generation info, which is what I call it. Actually, I call it generation settings, so let's call it that. And we're good. Good day, hope you're great. I'm doing pretty good. Just going through and adding environment variables to dedicated servers for Starground. It's going good. Just gotta clean up a couple things here, then we're good to go. So anyways, this is the code where we're checking. If we don't have that argument, it's gonna say, oh, we don't have a file. So go ahead and create the file. Then it's gonna do all this. So this is loading from an ini file instead of doing environment variables. So it's just gonna load the server config like that, and we're good to go. We're gonna worry about that stuff down later. So why would I set it to that? Generation settings. Should already have generation settings in here. Well, it's fine. We'll figure it out. So let's empty all this out now. So we don't actually have to do any of this stuff, do we? Do I always use any instead of CFG? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Technically, they're practically the same thing. I could use a CFG file, I guess, if I wanted to. I figured just to use ini because ini is kind of a more established format compared to a CFG file, I believe. I think a config, I mean, the extension CFG is just kind of anything. Whereas an ini file specifically has like a, unless I'm thinking of it backwards, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's the same thing, you know, any or CFG. Either really works. You start to realize that like file extensions are just basically arbitrary. Like they don't really mean anything. It's just like, it's a little just mark of like, hey, this is kind of how I'm formatted, right? But really when you get down to it, it's all the same data. Like I named the save files in Starground .dat files. I could have named it .sg for Starground. I could have done whatever I want. But I figured .dat is a pretty common file extension, so it'd be easy to tell what it is. Okay, so that's doing the seed stuff. Let's do that down here. So I am getting generation settings here, and that's all good. I guess I'd probably want to get that set before I do anything down here. So we're gonna say, let's see, server config.get generation settings. So we're gonna grab server config get value generation settings. Gen info is that. Now we're gonna say if gen info.get seed, or we'll just say seed is that. If seed is an empty string, then go ahead and convert that into a normal real string. Wish I could copy things, that would be awesome. Okay. And then we're also going to reset the config to that seed. So now we're going to say, you know, global config set value. Generation settings to our... is going to now be set value. Oh, awesome. And that's going to be set to global.generation info. All right. Yeah, I went from old JSON, headache, and GScript. Yeah, the CFG, wasn't sure if there's some secret sauce with any. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can actually just use the same functions and stuff, the, you know, the any file stuff in here. I'm pretty sure it works the exact same way. Are you just using the config file class? Because it says helper class to handle any style files, but I think you can do a .cfg also here, yeah. So it's just the same thing. It doesn't really, yeah, right here. The file extension given to config does not have any impact on its formatting or behavior. By convention, the CFG extension is used here, but any extension such as any is also valid. Yeah, because that's the thing. CFG and any are not standardized things. They're like, they're kind of just made up. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. More you know, yeah. Yeah, docs are always helpful for stuff like that. Okay. Also realize here, gen info, we don't want to set to that. We just want this temporary gen info variable. So at index seed. Reason I do it like this, because then if the key doesn't exist, it forces it to exist. All right. So it's going to grab the generation settings. By default, that'll be global.generation info defaults duplicate. True. Here, let's just start from the beginning. I gotta make sure everything's good here now. Okay, path, manual multiplayer args. If we're using environment variables, set the IP, set the port, set require Steam users, whitelist, enable cheats, save path. Generation info will have a default here, just empty. We're going to set seed size, train scale, and water level to all of these. Cool. That's good. This code should all be good. And then down here we say set generation settings to our generation info. All right, next up here, this is if we're not using environment variables, we don't have a settings file, we create one. Cool. Now this right here is saying basically go ahead and load the file. So I mean, honestly there, we're already checking if it exists, so if that fails or whatever, then let's just say if it's not okay right here, we'll do something, right? So if it's not okay, say print error loading settings.ini failed. Ensure formatting is correct and try again. Yeah, we shouldn't have to set that stuff. And why are we instantly saving it again, right, if we're just loading it up? It doesn't make any sense. So let's get rid of that line. All right. So now we're getting our generation info. That's whatever's in server config, we're going to get it. If we don't have one, we create using the defaults, we duplicate it. Okay. So temp seed. This is just getting our seed in there, which is capital seed. If it's an empty seed, then we're going to go ahead and create a new random seed. And same here, we're going to set it back to the server config or new gen info. Okay. Now down here, where this is actually like setting the real variables to things. So setting our IP and our port and whether cheats are enabled, explosion griefing, generation info. So that's going to set it to whatever generation settings is. It should be fine because I think that has to exist because of the code up here, right? Because if it doesn't, it's going to generate a new default. Yeah. And it also sets the save path. So if it's empty, add.dat, or if it's the extension is empty, otherwise just set it to world path plus world.dat. All right, I think we're good to go. The only other thing that we haven't done here is, well, there's no reason to resave our settings file because it's loading it from here. We're not setting anything in there, so it should be okay. We're definitely gonna have to test this, I think, so I'm probably gonna do that. I'll just say up here where we start loading this stuff, I'll say print loading from environment variables. Right there. And then same down here, loading from settings.ini. All right. Yeah, this is going to need testing. Did I ever update the Wise Tree music? So I want to do that, but it's because you didn't make it wrap, I have to figure out how to do that in engine now. So I'm probably going to need to like modify the, let's see, bygone timber. I know there's like something in here with doing wrapping stuff, like having wrapping points or something. Offset. What is this? Loop offset from beginning. So is that just where it starts from? Is that in terms of seconds? Yeah. So I think what we want to do with this is like, it'll start here at the beginning, play the initial part, and then we set a loop offset. So when it starts looping again, it plays from like the seamless point, I think. But we can try that. I can go put it into the game and see if that works. Let's see here. Radio Waves, Bygone Timber. We were in the track again. I'll see if this does what we want it to do. But yeah, if not, we might have to figure out how to get this working properly. Because see, this like, it fades here. I'm gonna pause our music here. Right. It like fades in. So then that means when we get to the end over here. Yeah, see, the only issue here is that I don't know how this is going to work with looping. Because we can set an offset. I think what that'll do is make it so that it'll start 3 seconds in over here. Yeah. So that is something that we can do if that would work, where you basically just do a hard cut at the end and make sure that it wraps with a point in here, you know, assuming that it's just a repeating pattern. Because then we could say, like, offset it by 4 seconds or whatever, so it just picks up there when it loops again. I think that's the only way it's going to work. I mean, I already have the music set up so it does fade in engine. What was the issue with you trying to wrap it? Because I didn't have any issues wrapping in FL Studio. I think that it was just in the export mode, there's like a wrap, and then it just worked. So at the end of the song, it would play the, you know, it would seamlessly transition into the beginning. Reverb and stuff just didn't work well. Well, that's the thing that I didn't have any trouble with, was that at least for me, when I exported it, the reverb did work fine. Like, if I go play the one I exported over here, you can listen to it where it's like, you can't even tell that it loops. Because the wrapping mode in FL, like, applies the effects and stuff from the end of the song to the beginning of it. So if it fades in anyways, I'll just cut the beginning and end. Yeah. Yeah, I do that with all the songs, because it's just, for songs that loop like this, then we don't have to worry about doing like a fade in segment. So yeah. Usually I fade in. I think the only time I don't do that is like when the tracks are not looping. So with like the Tree of Wisdom, since it's changing the track or doing like a track override and make the old one fade out and the new one fade in, I don't do that with like the regular music because they have a beginning and end, you know? It's just there's no need to. But I have it set up to where I can kind of control that behavior. This track is way louder. It'll probably be okay, I think, in game. I guess I didn't normalize my track. I don't think I did. So it's better that this is normalized. But yeah, feel free to mess around with the export settings, see if you can get it like kind of working. It's fine if it just does a hard cut at the beginning. I'll just make it fade in, so right, should be okay. I mean, try messing with the rap mode. I know you said it didn't work, but it seemed to work really well for me. We can always, like, you know, go into VC or something and I can see what's going on or what I did differently. So, Okay. Well, I think this is all good to go in here in terms of this stuff. Now I have the default for settings to just be an empty string. I do want 0 to be a valid seed that people can use, so I don't want to set that as the default because then it's like gonna randomize it if you set it to 0. All right. Well, should probably give this a try. Yeah, let's go ahead and export everything and test the server because I need to make sure this is working. So all this stuff, just export all. Although let's go ahead and increment the version. All right. Project, export all. Sometimes this takes a little bit. So I should be able to run this file now, just passing in that argument, the environment vars argument. And hopefully that works normal. So we'll see. New version is sent. Epic. Yeah, let me drag this in and see if that will work now. As long as it just kind of wraps between, or just seamlessly loops between the beginning and end point, that's all we need. So, I mean, you can mess around with that like initial offset thing. It's cool because you can be like, okay, wrap the end of the song with the song 3 seconds in so you can have like an initial build up into the looping part. So it is useful, but I think for this case where we're doing a fade in anyways, and that's all the transition is, I think it's fine. Testing it worked? Okay, cool. I'll check it out right after this gets all exported out. So yeah, I deleted a lot of stuff in here. I'll actually go ahead and just create the zips and put it somewhere else because I don't want to mess up our like base package here. And now since we have that set up to just do it for us, it's fine. Because we just say zip create 0.14.0.0 and it'll create all our zips. All right, so let's go ahead and make a folder on my desktop. So, new folder. I like how there's just so many bald pics of you in here, Ace. And they're all the fake ones. They're not real. Starground server test. I'm just gonna drop the files in here. So I don't know how to set up environment variables. I'll just assume that the functions will properly grab them. I'm pretty confident about that one. It's mainly just making sure that that last bit of the code is normal. I shouldn't have pasted in, I'm stupid. Need to extract. Get out! Shut up! There we go. Was Paul from Mother Nap? You had so much time. I know. Are you growing it back in now? Okay, so if we just run this, it should create a settings.ini file. Yeah, default settings.ini file has been created. Launch your server again. So it did run that code. I just want to make sure that it's like working, that I'm going to be able to load the world. It should generate a new world and not have any issues. Yeah, looks like we're good. I think it looks like it generated a new world. Let's make sure. Here, to close that. Yeah. Loading from null means generating a new world. So we are good to go with that, I think. So now let's try running in that argument. So if we do not have, or it doesn't even matter, we don't have to change that. Let's just edit this. Hold on, guys, give me 1 second. Let's edit this bat file and add that argument on. Okay. So we should just be able to say dash -nvars. What did I set it to in here? Env-vars. Let's do environment vars. I don't know. So if I add in that launch argument and resave that, it should now try and use environment variables. It's not going to find any, but it'll just like use the defaults. So let's see what it does. Yes, it worked. And it created a new world. Sick. So yeah, up here you can see it said, I think it said invalid bind and IP because I have the other server open. Maybe not. Maybe there's something wrong with that. So we'll look into that. Yeah, it said right here, loading from environment variables. So I think we're okay. I think we're good to go. And it loaded everything in. So it said invalid IP address. Why is that? By default, it should go ahead and... So it should have said network interface is invalid, and then grab the star. So why did it fail to do that? Because down here I say IP value is network IP star, and that's where I say set IP. Unless I misspelled it or something. I don't think I did. So I'm not sure why that's happening. But it's probably fine. I mean... It might just be because on Windows I have some kind of other environment variable that's called network interface. And so it's trying to use that as the IP address. I guess I could just add another line inside of our start host script to say what port it's binding to. And that would work. So that's here. This is where it does it. Create server actually does return an error. I probably should check for those errors. I do that on connection. Right, because on start connect I do that. If it's not equal to 0, then I run this stuff up. And I do say multiplayer. Oh, that's if that doesn't happen. So let's just do that on start host. It's about time I added that. So we don't have to worry about that. I think OK is 0. Yeah. And I'll just say fail to create server. Yeah, we should have had this a long time ago. Then I'll say print attempting to bind to, and then I'll add in the things. So IP value plus that plus port value plus ... Just so I can see what we're actually like trying to bind to, because I don't know what the IP it's grabbing is. It should just be a star, But if it's not, then we know that we must have already an environment variable somewhere called network interface. So let's go ahead and export everything again. Oops, export all. I'm also not going to bother creating the zip. I'm just going to copy them over. It's too much work. So let's delete all those ones. In Windows Server. Wait for it to do its thing. Come on, let's go, export. I think it's already done doing the Windows Server. I just said Winix. That's definitely a thing, isn't it? Somebody's definitely made a thing called Winix. What is Winix? Would it just be a mashup between Windows and Linux? Epic Winix, yeah. Alright. So now we're going to try running this. We're going to modify again. Add -n-vars. Now we're going to hit run, see what happens. So I just want to see what it's trying to bind to, because it seems odd that it's dying. I didn't actually try and bind it. Should have printed attempting to bind to, but then it didn't do it. So what happened? That's odd. It says loading from environment variables. It says generating a new world file, starting a game as host. And then down here I say multiplayer session. Right here, multiplayer session manual connection is... so that's odd. I create my enet. Oh, it's because it's not gonna show us in here if it failed to bind. But it's weird that it didn't print out this first before it tried to bind and failed. I don't know what happened. It's odd. So I'm just gonna say if global.is server or whatever. How do I know if I'm actually a dedicated server? I guess I have to say os.get variable or whatever it is. So back to ready. Yeah, we run server startup. I'm gonna say start host. So right here, I guess we can also just print the message. Well, no, if it fails for a server, we want it to just stop. So if that, else do that. I'm actually just gonna say get tree.quit. And the exit code is going to be whatever our error is. Should be between 0 and 125. Okay. So we're going to say print error here. And just print this. I don't know. Let's see if this works. I don't think we have to put return after quit, because I'm pretty sure that'll instantly quit out of everything and stop it all. But let's just do it in case. Okay, we gotta export again. See what's happening. It's just odd that it's not printing out that one print statement I put in there that says attempting to bind to, you know, I don't know. It's kind of odd. Hey, Mars, what's up? How's it going? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Okay, come on, game. Let's export a little faster. Delete all that stuff again. Copy all that stuff again. I'm pretty sure it's done with the Windows server, so I'm just gonna assume it's fine. Okay, now let's edit again. -n vars. Doing courses in Godot? Nice. Yeah. Planning on learning Godot then? Of course, if you're doing courses. Yeah, it's good stuff. What courses are you doing right now? See, what's going on here? It doesn't even print out anything that it says it failed. So that's actually kind of really odd. It's just like not doing anything, so I don't know what's happening. It's not completely stopping it. It's not returning or quitting out of the process. So I really don't know what's happening here. I mean, we're doing basically the same thing that we do over here, where we say error is equal to that. We just say right here, var error is equal to purenet create server port value. Huh. I don't think I am. It should be the new one. It's just, it's strange, right? If it's not okay, meaning there's an error, it should say failed to create server for that reason. And then quit and return. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, is that for some reason I'm not using the new stuff, but it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it created all this stuff. You can see when this stuff was created, it was 7:05. I don't know. Here, if we load it up with the other server still open, it definitely should fail. It should say failed to bind port or whatever, or IP. But it just doesn't. Can I type in here? Trying to call an RPC while no multiplayer peer is active. So, what does that mean? I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. We say pure enet is that. Print attempting to bind that. It doesn't seem to make any sense. And then down here, I'm getting the multiplayer, setting the multiplayer pure. And we're definitely on manual mode. I mean, if you look here, right here. Starting the game as a host. Multiplayer session manual connection is true. So... maybe it's still an old version or something, and I just didn't get the right one. But that seems weird. Let's just go empty everything out again and try. So Starground server test, let's delete everything in there. Let's make sure all our stuff is closed. Let's go back to here and go ahead and delete our v14 files. Let's get these out of here now. Put those over in Starground builds. Try again. Oh my god. Okay, cancel that one. Try again. Did that also move over those in there? Of course. Of course, guys. Linux 14, where is it? Well, there's Windows 14, but that's the only one I see in here. Why can't I just search by date modified? Okay, I guess that was the only one. Whatever. This music is how I feel right now, dude. Okay, anyways. Zip create. We got the Windows server here and stuff. Run zip create. Let's try this again. 0.14.0.0. Let's see if this is different this time. I'm doing a 3D action adventure Zenva course. That's Zelda-like. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, 3D stuff is really cool. I would love to dive into that for sure the next game, you know. Modeling, of course, can be a lot of work, but I think it's worth it. Shut up about the WinRAR license, dude. I'm gonna kill. Okay, I'm definitely sure that these are up-to-date files. I mean, they're all changed recently, especially these. So let's go ahead and edit this. We're gonna add the -n vars thing. And let's run it. And it should, I hope to God, print an error message. Or at least just print the thing that says what it's trying to bind to. Why is it just not working? It's like something's just bricking the entire game and then it doesn't tell me why. This doesn't make any sense, guys. Yeah, Hypnotic is short. Yeah. How tall is he? Okay, we're saying start host. This is what gets called up here. In startup server startup, whatever. We set all that stuff. We're loading all the info. We're getting the IP. And the default should be star and 4433. Should be normal. And then down here, we're going to say if save path exists, do that. Otherwise, if it's unreadable, go ahead and say start host. So it just prints that. It prints world at is not found or unreadable, and then it presumably does start host. Yeah, because then it says down here, it prints starting a game as a host, right? And then it even prints this one, which is saying multiplayer session, manual connection is whatever manual multiplayer is. So we know his multiplayer is true, manual multiplayer is true. So we're creating a new peer enet. Peer enet. It's going to create a peer enet right here, which is normal. And then it should say print attempting to bind to that. So what's the problem here? Is it how I'm grabbing the error? Is it because I'm saying var error is that instead of like setting error before? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. If error is not okay, which means that it failed, then it's also going to say right there. Why 2 multiplayer ifs? Because I'm dumb? That's why. I can just put it in the same spot. Gotta love multiplayer debugging. It's super cool, guys. Thank you for the speed, Connor. How's it going? I mean, like, what is stopping it? There shouldn't be anything that's happening here that's, like, just breaking everything. It's just really weird, because it doesn't, like, just immediately crash or something, or even throw an error. It's just... I mean, it complains about these signals, but then it's just... No multiplayer peer is active. It can't call those. It's like it starts to add this peer or something, and then just gets completely stalled and freezes forever. But it's still, like, obviously... being able to run code, so I don't know what's happening. Why is this a thing? Is it because I have an argument? Doesn't make any sense. Had an early tiny birthday party today. Oh, well, happy early birthday. On the else statement as well, like over here. I mean, it doesn't make any sense because it should definitely be running this. Because it prints right here what manual multiplayer is, right? So how could that be true and then all of a sudden somehow between that and right here turn to false? You know? Doesn't make any sense. So I really doubt it's that. I mean, I can print there. I can just say attempting to create Steam lobby. Just to have it there. Yeah, I don't know. It is really weird, isn't it? Yeah, this is really odd. I'm probably also going to do the same error checking over here for Steam lobbies. So I'm just going to say if error is not equal to okay, then go ahead and do this stuff and return and exit game and do all this, you know. And I'll just print that out. I mean, it doesn't really matter. This is mainly for the player. So I'll just say, failed to create Steam lobby. Error code is that. Get rid of those two things. They've been uncommented for a billion years. Then that'll just return out and quit. I know that it's not running Steam stuff. I mean, it really shouldn't be if it is, and that's an issue. Why is this happening? Okay, it's stupid to have to create this as a separate variable. No, I'm not doing that. Why would that do anything? In the mesh configuration, you need to set up each new peer manually using eNet connection for calling add mesh peer. No, that's for meshes. That's not the same thing. We're just running create server right here. The default IP is the wild card. So, well, so does this throw an error too? Set bind IP. It doesn't, which is interesting. So how am I supposed to know if that IP is already binded or not? I have no idea. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to go ahead and delete, like, maybe this is some weird bug thing where, like, let's delete all the zips. Let's delete these files in here. Okay, they're already gone, so I can't even delete them. Ay, ay, ay. And then let's build them again, I guess. Let's save, make sure everything's saved. It should be. Let's start closing some scripts here too. I don't know why the export wouldn't be working properly. I mean, there's... What would be causing that even? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I'll go ahead and reload the current project just to see if for some reason that, like, is doing stuff. I have no idea. But this is definitely annoying. It might just be some, like, Windows thing where I'm trying to access, like, a environment variable, just something I don't know about. Maybe that's causing the issues. I have no idea. Okay, export all release. Okay, this is definitely gonna work this time, right, guys? Channel the energy. Godot. Work. Deleting everything in here again. Let's wait for these things to fully build. Then we run zip create. I'll make sure to keep refreshing my... It shouldn't matter. But now we're in, like, superstition mode. Anything that I can do to make it work, I will. Let's see what happens here. Please, please work this time. I beg of you. Okay, we're gonna open server windows. Okay. Or I can just right-click on it and extract. I don't have extract to. Compress to. Extract all. But that's gonna, like, I'm not gonna be able to choose where, right? No, I can. Just gonna try this. Desktop, Starground server test. Extract. Okay, we've extracted. Sure hope a man named Dave has any form of sentient plans about my zombies. Yeah, Dave's a funny guy. Let's go ahead and add the environment variable again. -env vars. If that doesn't work, we can also try, like, getting rid of the other arguments in there, maybe. I don't know. Security scan. Right now. Is this what's happening? Is it like, is Windows blocking this from running or something? I don't know. That would be weird. Is it like my antivirus or something? It just stops working. I have no idea what's going on. Do you think it could be like Malwarebytes is like blocking my stuff from running? Let me just turn off everything. Maybe it thinks it's like malware. Oh my god, I have to click on it every single one. Yeah, maybe it's Windows Defender or something, I don't know. Well, hopefully this won't happen on a Linux server. It still seems to run fine when I use the settings file. I mean, I don't have any issues. It's just, it's weird. I can't think of why this would be happening, you know? I mean, it's just accessing environment variables. It shouldn't, like, break because of that. Doesn't make any sense. Let's, I can try running it as an administrator. Uh-oh. It's not recognized as internal external command. It's because it doesn't have an absolute path in the exe. So let's get that. Copy as path. Edit our run command again. And put that in there. Let's see if that changes anything. It's still the same thing. I really have no idea what it is. So odd. What do you guys think it is? I mean, I don't think it's... I don't know, maybe it's Windows Defender. If Windows would load, that'd be super cool. Okay. Core isolation, that's fine. Whatever, shut up. Can I even enable those? Memory integrity. I had to restart my device. I don't think it's Windows Defender. I don't see any detections in here. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Well, guys, I don't know. I'm just gonna assume it's some weird Windows thing. I'm gonna have to test this on on Linux. I don't really have a Linux machine, but there's people that want to test it anyways, so I can throw it at them and see if it works. It's just so odd, right? I mean, I just don't know why this just doesn't want to work. I can get rid of the environment vars thing and then it's totally fine and everything just works like normal. I mean, I can also drop that, the -D thing for the debugging. Just see if that changes anything. I can't imagine it would. But let's see what happens. Nope, still the exact same issue. Who would have guessed? And if I try and send messages, it just says, no multiplayer peer is active. It's probably just something stupid that I'm doing that I don't realize I'm doing. But I don't know anymore. Because if I run it without that on, it seems like it's fine. So it's saying it created a default ini file. Now I run it again, and let's see if it boots up and it can join it. Let's just see, right? Okay, what's happening? So it's also happening even when I load from a settings ini file. Maybe I should just undo all the error checking I did for create server. I mean, yeah, it does return error, but maybe something I did is bad. I don't know. I'm just gonna not do error checking anymore, because obviously it's like not working. Whatever I did last seems to be what broke the camel's back, so let's just save that. I mean, it doesn't make any sense as to why that would cause issues, right? But I'm lost at this point. I don't know. Let's go ahead and try exporting again. Because it's so weird. It's not even... So it's not an environment variables thing. It's just straight up being able to run it at all. Something's wrong with the error checking. It must be. It's frustrating. Delete everything in there again. And try this again. I'm just going to copy from here because I don't need to make a zip every time. Ooh, still doing Windows Server. And okay. Let's copy it. Paste it. Run it up again. It's gonna say, I'm creating a settings file. That's what it's gonna do. Okay. Now if we run it again, it better not do what it just did. Or it just stops working. Oh my god. Okay, what's happening then? Is it that these errors are causing the whole thing to stop working? Ugh. What if I just run it from the console, not even through the run command? What happens there? Does that change anything? Let's see. Nope, it's still the exact same issue. So why does the game just break as soon as I print this? Not doing anything that weird. Is it because this is actually crashing the game because I didn't convert them to strings, or at least the port value? Is that what's happening? And it's just not telling me that that's what's crashing the game? I mean, maybe that's what it is. It could be possible. Then that would mean our error checking down here is actually okay. Maybe that's why it's not printing this and everything just stops. Let's see if that's why. It probably is. I'm probably just stupid and that's what was causing this the whole time. Let's see. Just export all again. Wait for it to do its thing. I swear if it is, dude, I'm gonna freak. I'm gonna freak out, guys. Ugh. Moment of truth here, guys. Let's see. And bing. Copy, paste. Run the server, and let's see what happens. It's gonna say, "Oh, hey, buddy, I created your settings.ini file for you. There you go, buddy." And now it's better not do it again. Oh my god. So that's probably the only thing. So that's kind of funny. Printing the statement to see why and nothing was working caused nothing to work. So that's cool. Well, whatever. It's always stupid stuff like that, you know? It's usually always my fault. It's just sometimes it's hard to realize what I'm doing wrong. Well, let's try it with the environment variables. It's very odd that it doesn't throw an error and says that port value is not being converted to a string or whatever. That's just strange. Okay, so it's saying attempting to bind to that, but it's nothing. The IP address for some reason is empty. So that's our issue right there. I don't know how that's happening, so we need to figure that out. It must be that it is getting a network interface environment variable, but it's just empty. It's the only thing I can think of. Unless we're just doing something wrong in here. So we're saying server config set value network IP get environment variable network interface. It's gonna strip all the tabs and all that business. Environment variable name and star. That's the default value that it should return. So down here, it's gonna say IP value is global server config get network IP star. So I guess the issue is that it does have an environment variable called network interface, but it's just an empty string. So I guess what I need to do down here is double check what the IP actually is. You know, if IP value is equal to an empty string, or just say .is empty. Then I'll go ahead and say IP value is equal to the star. And that'll probably fix it. This IP value is string. What is this? It should be. Let's type it. Say port value. Might as well type all these things. Start raining is a bool. Those are already typed. Resource drawer, we don't use that anymore. I was just experimenting with that variable to see if there's a different way to do like creating resources, but it didn't work out. Objects. I don't actually know what objects is. Whole words. I don't think I use that anywhere unless I say dot objects. Match case. I have no idea what objects is used for, so I'm probably going to get rid of that. Is there any other way that I would be accessing that variable? I mean, I don't think I am. Delete dungeon objects. I'm just creating an empty thing. So I think it's fine to delete that. We'll run up the game. I mean, I should be playtesting enough just working on this version that if we do run into issues, I'll notice it pretty quick. That should be an int. That's all good. These, I guess I won't type it in case they don't show up or something, because that'll all die. I guess I can type it. I mean, what is it going to be? An audio stream? All those are good. World color is a vector 4, or actually just a type of color. I hope I don't break the game by doing this. So, what are these? Pure enet is going to be multiplayer, peer. This is going to be a offline multiplayer peer, and this is a Steam multiplayer peer. And these are both just typed dictionaries. I want to start being better about actually statically typing things. It's just hard. Load time start. What is that? Okay, that's just loading the game. That's fine. So that'll be a, I think a float. Nope, it's gonna be an int. Just say it's equal to 0. Now this resource drawer, I don't think we use this anywhere anymore. Let me just make sure here. Yeah, that's the only place I reference it, so get rid of that. Alright. Forget there's still a bunch more. It's quite a few, huh? Timer. Don't know what that's for. I don't know what test is. Save interval should be a float. Wall chords. I don't know what that's used for. It might be for Tyria. Current day is going to be an int. Stock interval is going to be a float. Stock market. Dictionary. I don't know if this really matters, especially when it's already exported. It probably doesn't matter in terms of performance, but at least just in terms of accessing them and changing them, I'll know what they are. Although the only issue I could see is like setting current research and stuff to null if I statically type it. I do worry about stuff like that. Because I think when you statically type something and try and set it to null, it like fails and it turns an error, which is frustrating. But at least all the bools and stuff in dictionaries, I know I never set those, so it's probably okay. Yeah, I guess I do have to be a little careful with this. Just, I don't want to go blindly through all this. So let's test. I don't think I use that anywhere. Just straight up test. Use it in there. Build preview. I probably used this for something at one point a long time ago and then just left it in there by accident. Yeah, there's nothing. Also, we don't use the build queue or DQ anymore. Or delay, whatever. I used to use that with the old building system where I would do like... I would put all the requests to build something into this queue, but then I realized it was just completely unnecessary. I could actually just force a physics update, so... Rain color is going to be a color. Last window type, I'm pretty sure is always an int. Okay, that's good enough for now. Let's go make sure that the game isn't broken. That's probably important right now. Also, I want to see what happens now that we have the error checking if we try and create a server with this server open. Hopefully what will happen is it's going to say, you know, failed to bind to port, server already open or whatever, or it'll just say failed to start server. So let's see what happens. So if I say multiplayer manual, just empty and then host new game, it should just fail. Yeah, failed to create server. So that's good. And it shouldn't fail when I'm in offline mode. Yeah. Cool. Well, so far everything seems okay. The thing I'm most worried about is like starting research and all that. Like basically just instances with those variables where I'm setting them back to null. Because if they ever become null, then it's just gonna break everything. It might be better instead of using null just to use an empty string instead, so I know that it's always a string. I don't know. Seems okay, though. I mean, I'm not really getting any... Days are working normal. We can go launch somewhere and make sure it doesn't all break apart and die. Yeah, it seems like we're okay. Items, those are fine. Attacking enemies. Stand on the spikes. I think it's okay. All right, anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Already streamed for quite some time. Actually, one thing I want to check really quick though before we fully end everything off. I'm sure it'll work, but I want to go make sure that the solar modifier is working. So let's just go to Opus really quick. It should show that we're only producing 25% of the power. And of course, I don't have clean energy researched. Awesome. I still don't know why it resets all my researches like that when I run research. I'll have to figure that out one day. Okay, so if I plop that down and then monitor what we're getting, it should be low. Of course, I always do that. I always throw out the stone. There we go. Yeah, it's only 3 SE. That's like nothing. So solar is pretty bad here. Probably not a good choice. All right, anyways. That's actually it this time. So yeah. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. You know, set out to what we needed to do. We got the V3 conveyors done. Bunch of different little minor things. So yeah, it's coming along. We are definitely getting there. I'm down to peak tonight if you are. I can go hop into the gaming VC. I'll see what's going on with dinner and stuff. Wind turbines got word satisfaction. Yeah, we haven't fixed that yet. Okay. Anyways, let's go raid out. Thank you, gamers. We could peek if you guys want. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, working more on Starground. And thanks again to everybody for all the raids. We got a bunch of raids today, so I really appreciate that. And to keep the chain going, we will raid back out. Well, everybody's doing Minecraft. Let's go look around at some people. Ooh. That person doesn't understand how ads work. They say not running ads, but now they have pre-rolls. Search by Godot. We'll just raid Hypnotic. I feel bad like only raiding Hypnotic, but I don't know who else to raid. So, well, who's in our group? There are other team members in our group. The question is though, are they playing games? They're all doing games. So, I mean, this person's doing art stuff. Let's raid them. I don't want to raid the same person every day. Captain Krabs. All right, we're gonna raid Captain Krabs. They're doing art. It looks like, probably for a game. So we're gonna start that raid up. All right, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. Feel free to buy Starground. It is on sale right now, 20% off for the summer. And this update will be out July 14th, so be on the lookout for that. All right, we're gonna run up this raid now. Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming. I'll be here tomorrow at 3 p.m. MDT. So, all right, bye-bye.